This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, our 2025 champions return to the Americas stage, and we'll get our first look at the brand new MIBR. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day numero 3 of Kickoff. We're coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena here in the sunny, the beautiful, the amazing Los Angeles, California. And I'm Golden Boy here. We're joined, of course, once again by Athena and Emily for today's doubleheader. Ladies, how you doing yesterday? I'm so sorry that I'm back. I know you had a lot of fun with Zoe.
Yeah.
Wait, what's this?
That's
What?
okay.
What is this?
Wait, that's amazing.
Just because Zoe has hair doesn't mean you can do this to me.
That's actually amazing. No.
So many
Yeah,
faces
you're
of
right.
you.
They can do this to me.
That's
Well, honestly, it's pretty good, and I'd like to make this my wallpaper. All right? Muchas gracias. All right, moving on. Let's go ahead and talk about yesterday's matches because we saw a brand new Furia take the, excuse me, I stumbled on my words there because I was still thinking about my baldness. New Furia taking on a substitute crew, because I think that's important to note here, Emily.
Yeah, and I want to note that it's their first win in 364 days. Like, that's a great way to kind of build something new going into the year.
Wasn't 365.
Wasn't 365. Wasn't a whole year.
Yeah, it wasn't
that
a year.
would have been really bad.
No, we're fine.
But no, we saw amazing things coming out of them as well.
I think also Crew, they did a really good showing, but then obviously we saw 100 Thieves playing against Levin. These two were like probably the closest games that we're going to see this kickoff, I feel like.
Yeah.
Because this was insane. 100 Thieves, they really showed their strat book. They really showed the depth they went through to build that foundation and surround these players with a really good strat.
Yeah, I mean, look, from me watching at home, I felt like I was seeing a Furia team that was looking pretty solid despite who they were facing off against. They had great ideas. I'm excited to see this team more in the season. And 100 Thieves, those boys were walking out there playing with all the confidence in the world. That's exciting.
I fully believe in them. I'm a 100 Thieves fan now.
Okay, all right.
As if I wasn't yesterday.
You literally made a
and I
whole
literally
presentation.
pitched.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
No, red for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, okay.
That was the thing. I
And you
remember
heard it
now.
here first. No bias on the desk, none whatsoever. Now, of course, we got 3 spots open for Masters Santiago, which means that there are going to be 3 brackets in play. We really like the number 3 here for some reason. Today's day 3, 3 brackets. Unbelievable, right? Now, they do say best things comes in 3s. Now look at this here, right? As we continue forward in our competition, right, we still have our teams that are going to be scrambling for the bottom. But, you know, Athena, this is such a different format. Obviously, I know you haven't had a chance of playing a format like this before, I'm pretty sure. Looking at it from the professional perspective and your experience, how do you even tackle something like this? Because it's such a long process.
It is really long, and I think definitely the teams want to be that first one qualifying because they don't want to give away too much. Because again, once you do qualify, you do have to play in Masters, and having that strat book out in the open is always kind of not the best. So when you do drop down, you have that little worry of giving up a lot of what you have. But it gives you more time as a professional to kind of make up your strat book, fix your mistakes, and make sure you have a lot of that foundation built and experience, especially if you have rookies on the team.
Yeah, no.
I mean, if you aren't doing that too, that's also scary because with a 3 bracket and having 26 matches ahead of us, there could be so many upsets that come out of nowhere because they have the extra time for growth.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see how our teams, especially those in that the lower bracket, how they try to keep things fresh and keep themselves competitive getting ready for Masters Santiago. But today we have NRG, our defending world champs. You saw them, you know them, you love them. They're going to be taking the stage in a little bit. They're going to be going up against Cloud9 and then later. What the hell? What is going on right now?
Thank you.
My bad.
Everyone applaud me.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Everyone say you're so beautiful. you? Who
You're
are
so
you?
beautiful.
Wow, you're stunning.
Wow.
Thank you.
What is going
The show
on here?
cannot go on. I am the lore master. I'm going to say good evening, lore master.
Good evening,
Lore
Lore
Master.
Master.
Thank you. But
I feel like I'm in high school.
have no
again.
fear. I have to ask you 3 questions
Ooh.
about Valorant lore.
More threes.
More
Okay.
threes.
More
I love the
threes,
number
yeah.
3. It's a very magical number.
Yeah,
But
very so.
I know your fear. I can sense the fear from you. But don't worry. I've brought these rows.
Oh, we have
To help
those
boost your
jokes.
intelligence stats.
Yes.
I remember I got
wow.
my first row
I definitely
at the
need a
ripe
boost.
age of 10,041.
Oh, yeah, that's about how old I am.
Oh, those my youth. Oh, the youth. Our
yeah,
youth
yeah.
is great.
Here we go. All right, I'm ready. I got my +5 charisma.
There you go.
Sure.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Now, who should we start with? Athena!
Oh.
Are
okay,
you
that's
ready,
me.
my dear?
Yes.
What was the name of the event that gave Radiance their power?
Yo.
Damn.
Are you guys ready for this? No. Are you ready for this?
What?
First light.
Oh.
Correct, Athena!
Whoa.
Correct! The
Oh.
lore master
Yo,
salutes you.
do you see
That was,
production
I
didn't
did
believe
not
it?
Yeah, they did
expect
you
you to
dirty.
get that. I can't even
No,
lie.
no.
Emily!
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
Who is the founder of the Valorant protocol and who is their number 2? The answer is not going to be there. Look at me.
Yeah.
Look at me. Who is the founder of the Valorant protocol?
I feel like.
Don't look at me, bro.
Look at me.
Don't
look
look
at
at
the
me.
lore master.
I'm guessing
Well, thank God I got that first
it's an
question.
agent, and I'm feeling like Brimstone. I feel like
Ooh, that's a good
Brimstone is the one
choice.
who kind of brought this.
But who is the number 2?
I think I know.
I didn't ask you.
Raven?
I'm sorry.
Did you cheat?
No?
No. Oh.
No,
I was
we would
making
never
fun of
cheat.
her.
We would
I
never
was
cheat.
making
And
fun of-
Brimstone and Reyna, because she's like.
Is that right?
Incorrect!
Oh, wow.
Incorrect. It is Viper.
Oh, Viper.
But
Viper.
aren't they in a class
I
right
was
now?
trying to-
Oh, Alpha and Omega. Yes, I think you can do online right now. Yes.
Unbelievable.
Golden Boy. My final question is for you.
Okay.
And I made it the hardest one.
Oh, why would you do that?
Because I'm the lore master.
That's mean.
Yeah.
Before
You
the
found that.
existence of Radi Knights became well known, what organization tried to keep it a secret?
I don't know, the government? That's usually how it goes, dog. I'm just
Okay.
keeping it $1.50.
Whoa.
Not okay. It's actually called Scions of Hourglass. You see them on Abyss.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it makes a
on
lot of
Abyss,
sense.
You see the hourglass. Yes. Yes.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Everyone say good job, lore master.
Good job, Lore Master!
Good job, lore master. But now I need the robes back because
We-
I'll be cursed. I will be cursed. I need them back.
Okay,
Sorry.
all right.
Thank
No,
you.
I'm sorry. We didn't know.
No,
I mean, it's just like I
thank you.
sweat
Oh my
on it
God,
and everything.
guys,
Okay.
thank you.
Wow, she's really
I didn't
leaving
want it. It was
That's you.
Okay.
Okay.
Dude, okay.
The
That
lore
was.
master bids you adieu.
But she bids us adieu. Okay, good
Whatever,
night
it
and
was itchy
goodbye.
anyway.
All right. Wow. That was something else. I did not. I've never
I feel like
experienced
I
that.
just
She's
got
still
whiplash.
there, by the way. She's still lingering about. What did you drop? Did you drop
I
your?
dropped my gem. And my robe, the lore master, must go to Yields. House Depot.
House Depot is
Oh, let's go ahead and move on to our first matchup of the day, which features a team that has found their place in the VCT lore books. It is our defending world champions, NRG. And look, I mean, what can we say about these guys? I mean, Athena, they go out there, they pull off the impossible, they get that championship, they get that trophy, and they make history.
They were on an immaculate run. I mean, their run through champs, they didn't lose a single BO3. They only lost 3 maps overall. This team was looking like they were on fire. Ethan, of course, being that first 2-time champions winner, IGLing in this one too, which is a crazy feat to have. And now going into it, they've only made that one small change where Sam obviously has
Small
retired.
change, but a big one, though.
A small change, but a big one. Sam has retired. Kiko is in place to replace him.
Yeah, I mean, Ethan's leadership was something that was, like, honestly needs to be studied because now we have a bunch of people with 1 champs win under their belt. Whatever.
Yeah.
Now you need 2, okay, to kind of get on that same level. But no, it was such a heartwarming moment for Sam and anyone who's really been a fan of him because that win was so well deserved.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it is something to be said, though, that Sam's impact on the team wasn't just the stats he was putting up. It was a lot of the intangibles that made Sam such an impressive teammate and a great hype man to boot. Let's actually take a listen to this.
Just trust each other for everything you do. Because I promise you, I will be trusting you. Let's fucking go, Adam. Good fight back haul, bro. Let's go, Brock. Perfect, Ethan. Perfect, Ethan. Yeah. I don't know, but that was... Just trust... You wanted to smoke. Trust yourself. It's good. It's good. I'll keep reassuring you. Just trust yourself. Perfect. Perfect at book, Scoo. You know I will always be there.
Now, again, to the untrained ear, right, that may just sound like some common, good teammate affirmations, but when you are in those intense scenarios on a stage surrounded by thousands of screaming fans and you need to perform and have the biggest game of your life, having a guy like that calm, cool, and collected in those moments, Emily, clearly pays off.
I mean, actually, Myrna was the one who did that for me when I was feeling pressure.
Why don't you
Every single time as my IGL, and I also had to be that for like the younger players of the team when I was playing with like Emlu and Dodo. And yeah, the impact that those people have and keeping the whole team together, it's like a glue, right? And without that, you can kind of fall apart, you can kind of lose yourself in the match, but having someone to kind of bring everyone back on track is a must.
Yeah. No, of course. And then you're looking at who's coming into that and having to fill that, and that was so nice of you for her to say about you. But let's talk about, though, losing that, Athena, because now Kiko's going to be coming into this team, and we've seen him play a couple off-season events with the squad. We've seen them have some success and some, setbacks here and there. But for the most part, I mean, you're coming in, you're filling some big shoes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, coming in from EMEA, he brings that experience. He brings a lot of that, mechanical, raw aim power. I think for sure one of the best aimers, I would say, pretty high up there within VCT Americas right now, but definitely one of the best aimers from EMEA itself. And now Kiko, he is looking to fill those shoes. Saw him, he had a really good leadership quality. So earlier you were talking about Ethan and how he managed to have that leadership quality throughout NRG as their champs run. And I'm feeling like maybe he doesn't really have to fill those shoes, but he can fill the mechanical shoes within the server for sure.
Yeah, I could definitely see someone else on the roster kind of picking up that role. But I think Kiko is going to bring great energy.
I got it in your head now.
Great energy, especially for being a Zoomer. Like, I think the vibes are going to still be there. And, we saw him play a lot of controller, but we also saw him back when he was in EMEA playing Killjoy, playing Ray. So I could see him not only being the controller for this team, but also maybe a flex, which I would love to see.
Yeah, they got a lot of options on this team and a lot of talent across the board. A scary, scary force to have to deal with here. But let's actually check in with Kiko. Had an opportunity to catch up with Elizabeth alongside his IGL, Ethan.
Well, here with Kiko and Ethan from NRG, and I'm going to ask you both the same question, but just directed towards one another. Kiko, what do you think Ethan brings to NRG?
I think Ethan brings a lot of experience, and he's insane in the clutches. I've been learning a lot from watching him play some 1v3s, so yeah.
What about you? What do you think Kiko brings to NRG?
He brings that young energy. We get the vibes from him, and obviously probably the best aimer in EMEA, so that can be that's a blessing to any team for sure.
Well, best of luck, and welcome to VCT Americas, Kiko.
Well, at least you know that the comms, the volume's never going to go above a certain decibel,
Zoomer energy right here. I feel that.
So at least everything's going to be clear here. But let's jump to the other side of the field here, because according to Cloud9, right, now this is a squad that knows that the reason the NRG won the trophy, according to them, was because they weren't there. Here's what Oxy and Zelsis had to say on Match Point.
Can I just say that we low-key let them win champs by letting them qualify?
Yeah, you low-key let them win. Don't put me with you.
You weren't there.
I was not there yet. I had to come here because of that. I saved you.
And look, yes, it is all fun and games for sure, but let's talk about the fact that this Cloud9 squad, they have failed to make globals year after year, but you heard Zelsis there, Emily, say, I am here to bring us to a global.
Yeah.
Did you see something that would make that statement true based on their last game?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about their changes a lot on their match day, and we got to see a lot of it during their 2-0 against Loud. They were able to adapt. They didn't get stuck in their ways, which I kind of felt like we saw last year on their previous start. That was one of the main problems. When they started losing rounds, they couldn't adapt. They couldn't find a solution. But here with leadership, specifically from Zelsis, I think they were able to overcome that, and it showed in that match.
Yeah, I feel like their playstyle used to be a lot of this slow kind of taking stuff, falling back, getting information, and then executing. shooting. Whereas now, it felt like they had the confidence to just, once they got the info, full send it. They were there. They were pushing protocols out as fast as possible. And I really think that's one of the main reasons why this team looks so much better. But then going into that, yesterday in the green room while we were watching, Vic, he had a standout game. I know this ACS doesn't look like anything crazy. We've seen this multiple times on the controller, but 208 ACS from Vic, but it didn't matter because every time someone was trying to go to his site, Emily, it felt like he was just holding it down.
No, it was. He was so good at anchoring on the defense. He's so good at maneuvering around not only his own smokes, but whatever's kind of thrown at him.
Yeah.
And with that support coming in from the rest of the team, he was on fire. Like, he was so hard to break.
Yeah, it felt like he got multi-kill after multi-kill on his sites. He did his job 100% of the time, it felt like. And he was kind of the silent killer, like behind the scenes.
Nice.
He wasn't crazy up there in the scoreboard, but he was constantly flipping the rounds.
And that's the area you want to sit at, right? Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
You being top of the stat sheet, always lovely, always great. But when you know that every single kill you had, every single moment you contributed massive impact in that round, that right there pays dividends. But for more on this matchup, let's go ahead and send it back over to Elizabeth. Had an opportunity to catch up with the man, Zeppa.
Now, Zeppa, Cloud9 came just short of taking out Energy in the Stage 2 playoffs last stage in 2025. Talk to me, what is the difference between that roster you play with then and this roster now, besides, you know, the obvious?
I think the team holds the power of, like, nepotism. And I think that's, like, the strongest thing we have now, and that's the clear difference. So shout out to Penny and Zosas.
For nepotism.
The newest agent to Valorant, Vito, is already seeing some use, but the primary map where people are picking him at the pro level is on Abyss. So I want to run you through some setups on defense and on offense to be able to get the most use out of it, maybe in your ranked games to copy the pros. So here's a really standard setup on A. You've got the interceptor up here, which is going to catch stuff coming through the choke point, and you can evacuate out to spawn or to heaven with a trip close to be able to help you. And these can get mixed up a little bit too. I mean, you could put the interceptor in pit as well. You've got a passive mid setup that you could go into here with 3 different options for teleport positions, allowing you to play top mid and look for info and get out whenever you want, and still keep all of this utility for an opper perhaps that's holding over towards the B line. If you wanted a more aggressive mid option, you can tuck into this spot deep in mid that Chambers and Yorus like to play, and you have this teleporter to be able to escape over towards B, and again, leave that utility for somebody else to be able to play with. And if you wanted to play B, I think this one's a really nice setup that's underutilized. You've got a cliff position here, and you can jump teleport for information as if you were playing Yoru, and you can still escape to site, escape out to B heaven, and still, again, have your interceptor to be able to play around. So now that we've looked at a little bit on defense, let's take a look at some of the attack setups. And a lot of Vito's job is going to be to control the map kind of solo sometimes, whilst helping with the execs. So let's jump into B here. You want to be placing your teleporter in a position where you can escape. Normally on B, you don't need the interceptor to be able to control this area, but put down a trip in case somebody pushes you early on, or put down a trip to cover the flank through mid, and then you can take this top area, and you've essentially controlled the B space all on your own. So let's rotate around over towards A, and I'll show you what to do on the other side of the map. Again, there's many different varieties of things that you could do here, but one of the ways you can play this, interceptor early on to deny space, and then as your team is going in this direction, a TP for later on, a TP to get in on the site with the rest of your team, combine this with a smoke, and you're in, and you've got tons of options to be able to play up towards heaven, try to get an early pick, and you can always take this teleporter to escape. Now, if you do end up playing out and a little more passive, how about leaving this trip as well to let you know if they drop out of heaven? A great place to be able to give yourself a bit of information. And let's have a look again at what this angle looks like. If you do TP back onto this box, you could plant for bridge, or you could plant for default, and you're completely safe. And even if you do end up falling off the map as Vito, don't worry, it's a giant cylinder, and you can always escape. So try out Vito in some of your games. There's a reason why the pros are playing it here on Abyss. Just make sure you learn all of this before you get into my ranked games.
Fun fact, that was a Sideshow's second time having to do that TP. He died the first time. All right, so here are the predictions for today.
Okay.
For our first matchup, I'm surprised people are not siding with our world-freaking champions.
Yeah.
Emily, explain yourself.
Well, honestly, I just really liked what I saw with Cloud9 going into the year. I think that they made a lot of good improvements, but I am really surprised by this because I do think that there should be a little more energy believers. They
well,
were the
you're
world champs.
fake. You didn't believe in
because
them.
I'm a C9 fan. I'm a C9 supporter. I liked what I saw, and I believe in them.
Okay.
Wait, aren't we supposed to be non-biased on this stuff?
I mean,
we got 100 things
it is a
to see now.
prediction.
No,
You've already thrown that rule out of the way as well. What'd you guys pick for the second game? I didn't see it.
I did MIBR. I think we all did MIBR.
MIBR.
I think the Lore Master was the only one that did
yeah, the Lore Master. Don't know who the Lore Master is, that much for certain. Of course, folks, there you can see down there, NRG, the community, handedly picking the world champions to pick up this game. But today, folks, 4 heavy hitters are going to be taking the stage, and 2 of them are going to be getting sent straight down to the middle bracket. Day 3 of kickoff starts right now.
Energy. They kind of have to prove that they're the same team they were last year because they changed player, and it's a very important player for them, like one of the best players in the world. We're not really looking at them as the world champs. They have to prove that they're still that team.
To fit into a system that was already built by NRG, just replacing Tom, it was kind of difficult at first because me and him don't really fit one-to-one. The team's been really trying to work on that and trying to build on that, and we're all trying to figure things out.
15 seconds, Spike has to be picked up. They have to push towards Kiko. He's repositioned as well. 8 seconds left, finds one!
4-man stack, and well, now there's 4-man stacks coming to them. The defense is trying to put the pressure on, but Kiko, he is not crumbling.
We're coming off the back of a nice win, so we're very confident.
Job's not finished here, but as the smokes fade away, Penny is just dominating, decimating the opposition, sealing it up and closing down shop.
It's a great opener there for Cloud9.
Riot Games Arena, let's get this Saturday started. Make some noise for Cloud9!
Taking on the previous champions is Cloud9. This is by far the biggest challenge yet, and they already made a statement with their 2-0 win over Loud, but there's still so much to prove, and they have the opportunity to do so right here, right now. This is a new and improved C9 that has shown they can swap things out and adapt when things aren't going their way, and that will be the winning condition going against such a play-by-the-book team like G2.
Yeah, they've already proved themselves, proved that those stand-ins are only adding success to this team. Penny and Zelsis really proving themselves and proving that they can fit in with an already solid core. Just hoping to see how Coach Imi and Zelsis work together to really develop that strat book. And against NRG especially, do they have a lot of those counter plays? They know how they play. They've seen how this 4 players kind of go around it. So is it going to be enough to beat them on the stage?
Yeah, I think if you're a Cloud9 fan, you're very excited about this team.
And now it's time to bring out their opponents. It is your 2025 World Champions, NRG!
And here come the world freaking champions. These guys who have defied it all, led by the gentle giant himself, Mata. This guy, an absolute beast in the server, continuing to prove why he belonged on that world stage. But let's not forget about Scuba as well. Let's not forget about Brock, our MVP. I mean, guys, we're talking about just an absolute top-to-bottom juggernaut of a squad.
I mean, last year, Mata had an insane amount of aces in just Americas itself, and he had so much to prove. But again, does that pressure get to you? Because NRG now, they have such a big name to hold up for themselves.
I don't know. Honestly, like, having talked to Mata the amount of times and worked with him, and the confidence from that guy alone.
But you throw a rookie into that.
That's true. But Kiko, though,
not a rookie.
Not a rookie. And Kiko has had some success, obviously, in EMEA. So it does feel like, Athena, we're looking at an NRG team that should be coming into this one with all the confidence in the world, and rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, Kiko even talked in that interview that he wasn't a one-to-one exact fit to Sam. So I'm interested to see how they play around that. But the maps, Pearl, Breeze, and Bind. Dude, this Breeze by NRG actually surprised me. But Pearl, I think, makes sense for C9.
No, I for sure think it does, because I think they're going to come in strong with a playbook and have a set game plan going into it. And I think that Energy will kind of have a little bit of a tough time kind of adapting to that.
Do you think they're going to counter them the whole time? Or do
I think they're going to try, but it just depends on how well they're able to do that.
Yeah.
Counter C9 on
Yes.
Pearl. I mean, do they need to, though? I guess is what I'm wondering.
C9's old Pearl last year was phenomenal. That was probably one of their best maps, in my opinion. And here, they just added a whole nother level to that with the Zelsis on the IGL, being the person that can kind of take them out of rut when things aren't going their way.
Yeah, I feel like, too, we talked about Vic a lot earlier, so being able to anchor those sites on Pearl is going to be super, super important because, of course, NRG, we're looking at explosive executes. We're looking at ping-ponging on either side of the map, getting a lot of that information to the IGL, making sure that they're executing off of a timing, and they're really, really good at changing up their pace. I mean, the only real anomaly here for NRG is seeing how Kiko is and seeing how they change their game plans to be around
If they changed it, right?
If
Or if he integrated more so into it, or if it's
earlier,
a
Emily
blend.
pointed out that he was usually a duelist player, so going into that control role maybe might be a little weird, but this comp makes a lot of sense. The Tejo from Zeppa I really like.
You like the Tejo?
I like it.
Okay.
I doubted it yesterday.
Yeah, you did doubt it yesterday.
I doubted it yesterday, and I shouldn't have, because it actually was insane. A lot of post plants playing off is super, super annoying to play against.
It really
Retaking
is.
against this comp is insane.
That on top of the Asher utility that's already used in standard post plants, I could see them definitely trying to run down the clock here.
Yeah, it does feel like the name of the game is going to be just drain that clock, prevent your opponent from being able to get comfortable on those setups and post plants, but we're seeing something similar on the other side as well here.
Yeah, I think Mata on the Waylay makes sense, trying to get a lot of that map control really quickly and being able to fall back, but they are lacking the stun that we liked from the Neon.
No, we are for sure, and I think with these two comps, there's going to be a lot of touch and go like you were kind of saying.
All right, folks, this is it. Let's see our world champions take to the stage, and let's get this one started. Send a big old 6-7 through your casters. Here's Mimi and Ender. I killed it, yes!
6-7.
Absolutely despicable work from Golden Boy. We've got a treat. We're going to move on past that because NRG take to the stage in the VCT scene for the first time since lifting that Champions Trophy just a few months ago, heading up against a C9 fresh off a win 2-0 on Loud.
And there's a bit of a curse with Champions winners. No team that has won champs has gone into the next year fully together to return to Champions. NRG, they've already had to make one roster change, but they're trying to break that curse and show that they can not only continue the success at Champions, but show that here in Americas, something that they couldn't do last year, despite their victory in Paris.
And you know, NRG, they did play in one major tournament in the offseason. Red Bull Homeground made it all the way to the finals, but ultimately fell 3-0 to G2. That's the only tape we've seen on them, and it's been a month since then. So plenty of time for them to work out the kinks and get ready, geared up for this kickoff season.
And that's against a Cloud9 with a chip on their shoulders. Their deepest playoff run ever ended by NRG last year.
Well, NRG are going to be starting things off into mid here on Pearl. Very quick work out of them. Mata already diving up and in. Stuffed for a moment right behind the other side of a smoke as C9 gear up for a refight themselves. Kiko gets his first kill on American soil here as the fight continues into Art. NRG pulling around the corners. Vic turns on a dime. A beautiful shot out from him. NRG continue to equalize, though, and come up by one.
But now they have options. NRG still with a minute 15 and a player advantage have time to slow this round down. Question marks still exist on the map. They never saw Penny, but they can expect that he was the anchor towards B. And with that knowledge, they'll work back towards B long and try and group for a 3-player hit.
Penny needs to go on a little bit of a mission right now. C9 down a number, need to separate, find out what information they can, see if they can get a pick at the same time, but NRG, by grouping together, are not giving any opportunities over.
Think about how many question marks there still is, though. All of Art was open through mid. Cloud9 has to re-clear all of that, and only now might be starting to consider this B-long execute.
Well, Penny has found himself in exactly the right position. 30 seconds left. And the plant is going to pull one member to put the spike on the ground. That gives him opportunities to isolate his fights. Here's the first. But doesn't bite just yet, realizing his teammate is so far away, and with that smoke in his way, he doesn't have a chance.
And with no smokes for NRG, Cloud9 are full playing for long. The only salvation would be this flank from Zellsis, and it's already gone.
Shut down immediately. Penny's got right in front of the turret. A little bit funky. He knows the position of one player. Can anticipate the second. Good work from him on the first, but Brock secures 3 kills on the round and the pistol for NRG.
Brock did great work towards the end of the round, but I think the credit for that one actually being a success has to go to Kiko. As soon as this pinch started to come on through, Cloud9 immediately recognized the win condition, which was to break out. They either had to fight through mid or fight back in to the middle of the map and take some kind of ground to avoid that pinch. They tried to commit into mid, but Kiko, with that kill in the 1-on-2, shut down that opportunity and meant that his teammates could arrive and win that pinch and succeed in the fight.
Good setup and fight over mid out from NRG. Is going to force C9 onto full pistols, no investment whatsoever out of them. While NRG are relatively light, all things considered. 2 Vandals, a Stinger, and just pistols on top of that. So C9, maybe they can use bodies here to pick up a few guns. That's going to be the hope from them as Oxy goes diving forward. Brock tries to hold down the line, and he does so until he runs out of bullets, and that's a problem. The spike is on the ground. C9 have found themselves in a 3-on-3, and Penny secures the rifle.
And that is big. But a flank already coming in from NRG. Ethan, with the Sheriff in hand, has worked his way all the way through long, but now he's at the disadvantage against this rifle.
C9 making the choice to give up the spike a little bit, hanging out on long. Penny patrolling long as he hears the drone creep forward. NRG have very few tools to actually go for the retake. 2 pieces of utility. They need some nice shots. And they need to not take too much time. Ethan's out in the open here as a double swing comes in. Good first connection. As at the same time as he gets those kills, the rest of NRG picked up the spike, making a hightail over towards A.
30 seconds left.
And Penny back in that 1v3 position. Ethan taken low. And as that kill comes in, he's given himself a 1-on-2 now.
Look at the positioning from NRG. Mata is waiting in mid, hard reading Penny's rotation and now hearing it.
Here's the footsteps. He is just a sentry. Right in the corner. No way Penny's going to be clearing that angle. A little bit dicey, but NRG take it all the same.
It ends up with basically the same scenario 2 rounds in a row, where a pinch is coming through from NRG. They only have 1 player on the side, and Cloud9 is desperately trying to fight out of that pinch. And somehow Ethan, from this spot, getting 2 kills, saves a round that was looking so nightmarish for NRG.
Not just the kills, but just the time he took to allow his teammates to go in and have that secret mission to secure the spike. Works out in a big way, and, well, bad news for Cloud9. Brock's got his gun, Mimi.
Yeah, he does, and if you watch Champs, you know that NRG are a big light armor team. They like investing into these bonus rounds. They'll have full guns here.
Another split look is a dash into street. Only 2 players from NRG working down long, and Scuba just lights out on these opening shots. Zeppa will try and hold the fort all on his own as the hindrance deters him not to be slowed down whatsoever. A 2-on-2 now with the spike so far back into long gives time now for Kiko to wait and see if C9 will pounce.
Well, it's still a powerful position up towards heaven. C9 don't want to make the first move. Both teams holding in this standoff.
It's awkward for NRG too because they don't have any smoke, so right now Brock doesn't feel so good about walking down through B long without having coverage on heaven.
The longer they wait, the greater the threat of a rotation back towards A, but Cloud9 are happy to hold here. They plan A, you retake 2-on-2.
NRG are allowing this mid-round to just freeze once again. It's been a little pattern for them so far, but it's going to put them in an awkward position. Less than 30 seconds left on the clock.
Brock will have that dart back soon.
Not ready yet.
Brock will have the Hunter's Fury off of this spike plant, though. See if that comes into play. C9 choose to approach on the floor level. Kiko doesn't know that. As Brock escapes, Kiko sees the first barrel and now realizes both players. That sets up for the Hunter's Fury, and Kiko pulls it off. 3 in a row for NRG.
The new addition to NRG, a player who maybe didn't get to show everything he had to offer in his one off-season showing, arrives to Americas and delivers on the bonus round. This is another round that was so close to flipping away from NRG. Seppa. I mean, you think back to last year, Kickoff, where Zeppa had an absolute master of a performance to beat NRG there. Trying to put that on again here, but not enough in round 3.
Yeah, you'd think 3 kills would have been enough, but turns out it is not, with NRG fully investing into that round after only taking 2 rifles in the previous. Sets themselves up beautifully for the rest of this half.
We really saw the attack side calling develop throughout stage 2 and through Champions for Ethan as the leader of NRG. And I think something that's always characterized NRG, even when it was Finesse leading the team in the past, was how good they are at taking those mid-round freezes that you're talking about. Knowing when to take that tactical pause, wait for your opponent to take the move before you actually activate. They're a very patient team, and that's showing through already here on Pearl.
And that also benefits them a lot when they find themselves in anti-ecos or numbers up situations. You'll very rarely see them tossing away those easy to win rounds.
And finding a completely open B helps in this anti-eco.
Very likely C9 just go ahead and choose to die to the spike here, all things considered. Especially because C9 are pretty close to some ults. Actually, you could make an argument for someone like Vic or Zeppa to go in there and try to just pick up an orb themselves. Certainly taking their time here. Trying to figure out what exactly is going to happen. Vic and Zeppa will be leading the charge while the rest of the team is going to die to the spike. So perfect out of C9 there to get those ultimates in a completely unwinnable round.
They've traded for getting Motivate closer to his, but an all right outcome for them.
What do you say, Drone?
Now C9 have to look ahead. Their first rifle round, and something that I thought was really strong from them when they were playing against Loud was a lot of their defensive-sided, aggressive looks. They have a lot of ideas to leave a solo anchor, normally Penny when he's holding this chamber, and push Oxy into one of these extremities. Most of the time, it's not a complete hard hit where they're spamming util at the beginning, but they have a lot of great ideas for how to contact into space and have a bit of a deeper trap play setup than you might expect.
Yeah, extra layers on top of all that. So C9 will be calling a timeout to discuss the opening to the round, to discuss those layers, as you're mentioning. I think one of the big factors heading into this next round is you highlighted Penny. Well, Penny saved up enough money for the operator, so very likely we do end up seeing him left on his own to his own devices.
And those are the rounds where these kind of 4-1s or 1-1-3s are really good because that op is just so stalwart at holding down alone. Part of that piece, though, beyond just the strategy, is getting Oxy activated. 0-3 right now. The desk was talking about how NRG in some ways lost their kind of vibes guy, their energy sink in Som, and are having to fill that gap. I think you look over at Cloud9, and Oxy's always been that guy. Obviously, you have Zelsis on the team now.
I thought that's
so
where you were going.
that helps out a bit further, but he had to be the man to lift them through, especially that run in the playoffs last year with his own energy.
Yeah, they've got the energy, and according to Zeppa, they've also got the nepotism. So they have everything going for them.
The two things you need.
That's all you need in an esports org to succeed. We'll see if that ends up being true. Right now, it's not working out for them up against the champs.
Here you see it.
Little dash in from Mata. Oxy taking a little into his own hands there, and he spotted Ethan as well. Eventually traded as the rest of C9 were playing pretty far back. Means we're playing this without a duelist.
Cloud9 back away, and NRG happy to hold on to A main for now.
Yeah, the thing is, both duelists down, that is going to favor the defending team.
For sure.
NRG no longer having that dive ability to get into a site.
So if you're NRG now, you want to start to think about how you can activate a lurk. Maybe get that Astra some space in mid, find a second avenue of approach to this site, so you're not just having to send it through main without a dive character.
Scuba really hasn't done all too much. He hears that trip over on street right now, so he knows he can't go into there. That means someone is very likely patrolling Art. So he might end up making the decision to go for the 1v1.
And that would be big if he kills Vic. Smokes down, losing out on that Cosmic Divide for Cloud9.
Oh, that knife catching the Tejo. Only one, though. Isn't nearly enough. Tejo could have been a fake on this side, but again, NRG are really winding down the clock, and with multiple ultimates available for Cloud9, this is going to be a big problem. How do you get out of this choke point without a duelist? How do you make it happen? It is not going to happen. Zeppa collecting on 2. That spike down in the open, and Scuba a little bit too late to the party through Art will go down 3 again out of Zeppa.
I think Ethan thought that calling that bit of a pause would be enough to pull 1 or 2 of these players off of that A site go back to work through mid, but it just doesn't happen. With their chamber up and trip still active, Cloud9 is so comfortable leaving that A stack intact, and without a dive whatsoever, it's basically impossible to get through that choke.
Yeah, C9 do well there not to over-rotate or get lost in the quiet, in the suspense of the mid-round, but might have an idea to increase the tempo here. 4 players geared up in mid out of C9 as NRG go for similar ideas on A.
You see Oxy walk up, ready to take contact. Lots of initiator utility behind him.
I mean, ultimately, C9 realized there's a lockdown on the other side of things, so it can very easily be used to take A control. The question is, do C9 then threaten to break this turret in mid and look for a flank? Do they look to just come back quickly through Art?
It's also kind of the standoff, because with Teo ult in play, there's always that risk factor of putting down the lockdown. There is an easy counter if your opponent is hard anchoring.
You don't even necessarily have to kill the lockdown either. You could just put down the Tejo ult as that lockdown expires, and you know the enemy team is going to be trying to come through the choke point. It's perfect stall there is, again, NRG, chew up a whole lot of the clock. Gear back towards B.
No embed left towards A, so they don't have a lot of options. And with Cloud9 playing heavy for mid, these rotates will be quick.
Vic is going to get his first indication of some players on this side. Chooses to get up close and personal. Right on the other side of the smoke. Hiding from the duelist, stunned up and taken down. The rest of C9 all coming in through street. Stalled out for the time being, without a fight coming their way. And as these shock darts rain down, it's an ultimate, taking a kill in long. C9 making quick work back into the site as Zeppa again delivers for Cloud9. NRG try to extract themselves from halls. All out in the open 3 again. Is it enough? That's the question. And so often it is not. NRG get another.
2 rounds for Cloud9 where Zeppa gets a 3K and they can't close it out. That was so close for C9. The ultimate towards long was perfect to catch Kiko in rotation. He wanted to back away and have that lockdown in the post line if things didn't go his way. But that next layer from Energy is perfect. Look at the way that they swing out here together. Just all 3 players posturing for the fight, knowing that if they hold back, they're just gonna get ran over by utility. And they win a very important round. The buy here is weird for Cloud9.
Kind of has been this way the whole game for C9. Little all over the place, a whole lot of saves so far. Penny does have the operator, has a very forward posting down on B long. So that's gonna cause his 2 initiators to rotate back towards the A site. See if they get here quickly enough. But NRG are not gonna waste their time at all. Oxy in the center of this site with the Buckian shot in the back of the head. Mata takes a shot before sliding on back. That's an easy take from NRG.
And again, the lockdown is available in the post line if they need it. This is a very good position for NRG to be in. C9 have got to move quick.
And just throwing down this lockdown, the same time the divide cuts apart the site. Putting a lot of pressure in. C9 playing for this is a little bit surprising. Looking for the half stick here before the lockdown expires, and as C9 getting kills, they might go for a little bit more, but 3 players detained. It's a disaster for Cloud9. How in the world did they think they had time for that? Brock wipes the floor with them.
A second away from success, but it ends in disaster again for C9. I want to see just how close that got. Really down to the wire. And it's easy pickings for Brock after the lockdown. I felt like that call came just a second too late. They saw the lockdown. You saw some of the players hesitate for a moment.
It's free.
Then they went for it with just not enough time.
It's hard to keep track of everything because there were a couple of C9 players in backside. Not fully able to cover, and well, Oxy is gonna run back into main at C9 on no buy at all this round. Seeing what they can do with Penny's up in the mix of things, and this heavy stack back in A main. NRG have loved this area of the map, and Mata's just on a scouting mission. These pistols tear NRG to shreds. It continues. Vic is lethal on the bandit. And now in a 2-on-4. Tico needs to do a little bit extra. It won't be there. 4 for Vic. He's a madman.
Outrageous reply of a round. You lose to a second and just run it down A main and win it out. I mean, it was so close to this utility actually taking down the C9 players back in that corner, but it just feasts instead. Like a bit of an overcommitment for NRG. They full read that they could hit into A site, and with still time and options, even after seeing 3. They just decide to continue instead of bailing out of that one.
Time out.
So a little bit of a bounce back from C9. Breath of fresh air.
It's truly a lifeline, though. They're going to have an ult back again for Penny. They'll have guns, they'll have ults. This is their chance to rebuild this defender half.
Maybe one of the first opportunities for Penny to really play the game with this operator. NRG getting ready for his side of the map. But the drone has an idea of him. Forces him back one line at a time. Another drone. This double scout setup from NRG is brutal to try and op into. And as the smokes and the ults and all the utility just pummels the site, that'll be free for NRG.
C9 had players in position to flood, but they couldn't with the utility.
Wow.
That was a null command pop. They'll have to fight, but NRG is at the doorstep, ready to hold.
Brock's Hunter's Fury got canceled out by the KO ult. And now the flash into Scuba, trying to escape. Somehow he's still alive. Oxy creeping back into the side, a stun, trying to give him some idea, but these smokes are stalling everything. NRG have escaped with 4 players alive. And now C9 need to play these high lines, need to find some kills. Not gonna happen. When you look at Brock, he's gonna shut you down. And now these shots are just not connecting. NRG are just playing with C9 at this point. Penny's gonna teleport away and hold on to the up.
This game has been defined by a lot of very slim split-second decisions. And I think consistently when they're under pressure, we're seeing NRG make the right decision. In previous rounds, it was staying and fighting deep on site. Here, it was taking the slim opportunity they actually had to escape and get out to long, and full committing to that. Great work from them, balancing the utility.
Ethan's disgusting. Ethan's disgusting.
And he is.
I can't.
Honest words out from Mata. And honestly, when you think about it, those B-long fights, even going back to the round 2, where Ethan had a Sheriff versus a Vandal, and he's winning out in those fights as well.
I really want to see someone in this lobby buy an Outlaw, because everyone is a half armor player here on both teams. I think it was one of the big things people were looking at after Champs, that not a lot of teams bought Outlaw into NRG when they have half armor pretty much every round.
Yeah, NRG, or C9 doing the same thing. Brock's the only guy on 50 right now. And NRG split up the site, dive on forward. That is a waylay with the spike, planting in the pocket of the wall before retreating back to main. And as Oxy falls as well, there's just 5 alive, but already the defuse, a half stick behind the wall. That is major. Zeppa can get back on this. NRG are realizing they have to get back in front of this wall. There's not a lot of time as C9 lose a member. Smoke expires. Zeppa on top of everything. It has the Armageddon. He is ready to cause havoc on this site. Zeppa needs 3 again if C9 want to win this round. He's being asked way too much, and 3 again is not enough.
3 3Ks, 3 losses for Zeppa and Cloud9. Another heartbreaker that's just a hair away. But NRG, I love this little strat. Just going directly into the pocket, and even though he dies to it, I think that is the right call for Zelsis to try and greed the half stick. It forced NRG into what should have been an unadvantageous fight. But again, the synergy in these team fights is what's winning it for NRG. There's an Outlaw finally for Scuba. They'll do well against 5 half armors on C9.
Yeah, NRG is starting to clue into that. But it's another heavy mid setup out of C9. They've really liked with the flash over the top. The hindrance, though, is just too perfect. Very good control, and Kiko again for an opener. Now as the slide comes through, Zeppa gets a couple before being shut down. These other 2 members of C9 just not really in the party just yet. Mata's still there.
How's he alive?
And
How
ready
is
to
he
dash
alive?
on away. It's just silly, isn't it?
And now a 3-on-1 retake for Vic. But already being held by an Outlaw close. Should be checkmate.
And it is. 9-2 for NRG. That is certainly a way to enter 2026.
That interaction in mid was so silly. Both duelists from either team just stunned maybe 18 times in their respective corners. But by the time a fight is actually taken, it is Mata feasting.
I can't believe he got out there, Adam. What the fuck?
Me too. In the game against Loud, it was an outrageous amount of moments where Oxy was getting away with murder with this Neon ult, where he was winning rounds single-handedly with that. Here, he has been shut down completely. 2 and 10 for C9 Star.
And again, the most scuffed by for C9. Knife spots a couple of players back in A main. C9 choose to leave Oxy posted up with the judge, call 3 into Art. But C9 have never really found a consistent answer into this A side of the map. Maybe it could be Vic. Maybe it could be Oxy. Some spam, peppers him down to 33, and he is out. NRG are just way too aware of all these corners. Exactly which walls to spam through, which smokes to take care of, and it again sets themselves up for a hugely advantaged post plant.
An ultimate on Ethan as well. It's so brutal for these last 2 players to get back in. But they need this round desperately despite the odds.
All the stall utility, and there's still more left in the tank.
And time is ticking. That Armageddon waiting in the wings.
Yep, Brock just has a little pixel there. The second he sees a difference in color, unloads bullets through the wall, charges on in with the shorty as well. Beautiful play from Brock there, and 10 for NRG in the first.
Yeah, 17 and 5 for your Champs MVP on his return to American soil. NRG ran loops around them.
So cringe, bro. It's actually so cringe, bro.
Self-diagnosis.
Yeah, is he talking about his Odin and Shorty? Like, is that what we're doing there?
It's good to have self-awareness. You reflect on that when we take our halftime break.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Well, it was a stunning start here in the first half for NRG, leading 10-2 at the half. Brock putting on an absolute masterclass, again picking up right where he left off, Mimi.
Yeah, this looks like NRG have not skipped a beat. The team fighting was on point in that first half. The macro was very good, and even when it wasn't, they were just bailing themselves out of rounds regardless. So C9 now in a brutal position. Their map pick here on Pearl, and a pistol round that they absolutely have to win if they want a chance at coming back.
For C9, I think the biggest thing on their minds is let's send some help to Zeppa. Man's been trying out there, I think 3Ks?
Something
maybe
like that.
5?
At least 3, 4, I don't know. It's been ridiculous.
And only resulting in 2-round wins for Cloud9.
Something about him in these games against NRG, he activates.
Right there.
But can it be enough this half?
Need to start things on the pistol where NRG have really good information. Forward position in A main, seeing nothing. High-low setup off of the turret, ready to play into Art. And that comes after a litany of utility. Kiko getting the first time. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. It's 2 more for Brock. And
The
C9 have
replay
gone nowhere.
there was just so perfect. The hinder coming through is the first layer, and immediately a deeper stun from Ethan, followed by his missiles, completely traps those players from Cloud9.
I love it too. Just how much they shrink on the map, right? You know, NRG are up 5-2. They fully give up B site. They're just got 3 players hanging out in spawn. They're so excited to buy guns for the next round.
And something tells me they're going to be able to win a 5-on-2 retake when their opponent has no smokes.
Just letting C9 sit with their decisions
30
they've made.
seconds left.
The results of their actions for a little bit. A little surprised not to see Penny hunting a little bit more now.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah,
We'll
both
wait
of them.
for Zeppa to clear, but they don't have much time to run back and plant that spike.
Nah, they're going to peek for one kill. They're not even going to peek this deep, I don't think. Penny does, as his teammate falls away from him. And Zeppa will get one before going down. Ultimately, a beautiful pistol round out of NRG.
And that ends up even worse, because in losing that round, they don't get a spike down. You would think down 11-2, you might want to try and force this round.
Yeah.
Now that decision becomes a lot tougher to stomach.
That is so grim. They're trying to play to win the round, which is commendable, to be fair. Like, you kind of need to get a pick or two before you get the spike down if you want to have a chance at the post, but it does come at the cost of a weaker chance here, and that's something you almost never see. The round 2 timeout.
Yeah. And I think it's exactly discussing whether to force or not and what to do in that direction.
Yeah, they got to force, you have to imagine. The thing is, Imi just had 2.5 minutes to chat to his team between halves, right?
It makes you think of something he heard that he just didn't like.
Yeah.
Wants to get his word in.
Not too many chances left here, and also not anything to go off of either, right? It's not like you can anti-NRG too heavy off of one round.
No. Looking over for a second to the side of NRG, it reminds me a lot of watching Red Bull Homeground, where I haven't really noticed Kiko. And I think that's a good thing, actually, that he is seemingly slotting in very well. Their setups are still running. Their macro is very good. He's had a couple individual rounds. I think back all the way to the first half pistol, where he was paramount with that 2K in mid to get them that round win.
One thing I was surprised with, he got he got a few actually opening kills on the Killjoy when C9 were running those more aggressive looks. His contain ideas where he's just on his own holding or covering a teammate's back. Got 2 or 3 of those in the first half.
I think Decel is that his mechanics have been very good, but he hasn't been greedy in any way to show that.
Very good plug and play for NRG so far. Of course, if this were to be Red Bull Homeground, then C9 would come back and win this map.
I don't know about that one. We'll see. It would have to start with a win on this scuffed by force.
Well, Ethan pushed back just a little bit. Choosing to allow C9 in. Make them feel a little bit more comfortable for the time being before going for that swing to pounce. That's exactly what Kiko's looking for. Takes Penny down a little bit low, but again, art control has been seeded.
Look how disciplined NRG is. They're just going to fall away, play together on these angles, and be happy with what they have.
It's actually Mata who's a little bit isolated. Outline hand. Calls in some reinforcements as Kiko will also go ahead and join him. But C9, really, they're just kind of waiting and hoping that someone on NRG is going to take a more forward line, but what it's doing is eating up so much time. Down to 45 seconds left. And Oxy with a shotgun is on the lurk duty?
Maybe wants to sell a fake or
I
just try and work a lurk. It's weird.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising. The suppression stops Brock from throwing out the dart.
Here comes the missiles.
But there is going to be another layer for that. And C9 want to move back into Oxy, who just revealed himself. So now already you have ideas. NRG start to rotate towards
Mata's
B.
still here with an outlaw, though. There's a turret to bullet tap install.
It's just full awareness out from NRG. C9 tried to get a little bit creative. Tried to throw some kind of a loop into the mix, but it's not going to pay off for them whatsoever. That's a flawless round 2, and Mimi, only one player on NRG even took damage.
Match point.
Oof.
Oh, almost done.
The issue is they wanted to try and call a pivot, but Mata was just there the entire time. He spotted Oxy early. Oxy was making his presence known.
10 seconds left.
Wow.
And so he was there in position with the help of Timmy to lock it down.
Kills, man! Like every time I shot somebody, they died.
You're winning 12-2. You have little problems that become a little bit bigger when you're dominating this hard. Understandably so.
He's trying this again. They've been wanting Ethan, but they haven't gotten him.
Well, Kiko there with another opening frag. And NRG with another disgusting round. Absolutely blowing up Cloud9. Zelsis gets 3. Hold on.
I'm holding.
Don't hold on too tightly, but a light grip. That's what the doctor ordered here, and let go. 13-2 domination from the reigning champs.
That was a brutal game. Nothing worked for Cloud9. Multiple rounds with 3Ks with chances. They couldn't close out the close rounds. And in the second, NRG didn't give them a single close round. This is what you expect when the world champ comes home.
Yeah, that looked like riding a bike. Absolutely simple. Out from NRG, C9. You can't even really feel bad after a game like that. You just kind of got stunned. You still just happened to you because everything was lights out from NRG. This round got blocked.
Holy smokes! You don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull? Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings. Break it down.
Getting my second Champions title definitely meant a lot. I'd say it felt better than the first one. I just had something to prove.
NRG are your VALORANT World Champions!
I felt like, honestly, I didn't fully process it in the moment.
But it just didn't feel real in the moment, honestly.
On the flight home from Paris, I kept replaying it in my head.
Yeah, immediately after winning, it's just thinking, what's next?
The competition was also better. That's just naturally how it goes over the years. So felt good.
Felt crazy doing it in my first year.
So this is the necklace we got from winning champs. It's basically just the trophy that we got in a very tiny form.
It's got diamonds on the bottom. Little ring of diamonds.
Yep.
Come on.
There's a little slidey thing right here that just says V25.
Yeah.
You can also take off this pendant part. You can make it a bracelet too if you I don't even know. I forgot how you do.
The whole thing's pretty cool.
Obviously, want to win again.
Let's get another one.
Here, the coach of the world champions NRG Bankar. First of all, welcome back to VCT Americas as the defending world champions. And that was a very world championship winning team stomp. A 13-2, stealing their map pick of Pearl. Talk to me, was it their fault? Was it your prep? What was going on?
I think we had a pretty good idea how they play in general since they played the Loud game. We just had a good map, to be honest. Good first map, good energy, coming in with a lot of confidence and just having a lot of fun.
Well, best of luck on map 2.
And boy, oh boy, did they have fun out there. 13-2 trouncing from your world champions as Cloud9 is left reeling, needing to figure out how they force that map 3. And let's talk about how NRG were able to do that. Because honestly, it was all about control. They were controlling the post plans. They were controlling the pace of the game. Myrna, this was dominant.
Earlier in Agent Select, we talked about how it's impossible to get back into these sites when you let a team get full control. But NRG, they showed us how to do it in a master class form. The util, the support, the swinging together, and a lot of these trades were insane. And this round in particular was so hectic. They knew that KO was going to come in. They knew that Astro Wall was going to come in. They had that lockdown from Killjoy Preps, and every single piece of util and ult counted and had intention.
They had everything accounted for. The way that they layered that utility, the Astro Stuck into the KO Molly, into the Teo missiles, and then just throwing bodies at it in those last like 10 to 15 seconds to kind of ensure that they get that bomb, to get that post plant.
Actually, it's insane. Sorry, I just cut you off. They had 100% post plant win rate, which is insane.
How often do you see that?
No, that's crazy. But big shout out to Zephyr, 17 and 14. It looked like he was actually getting a lot of those multi-frags for his team, but it wasn't enough. Brock, obviously MVP, keeping that MVP title.
Oh, yeah.
Like he brought that from Champs, man. He kept going. But he did phenomenal job too. NRG, they actually have that double initiator setup that they use to get a lot of that information on their sites when they're going into that execute. And Brock, he actually used that to his best ability because he got so many frags off of that.
No, he did, but he also got frags off of just being that second kind of entry, that second kind of fragger. Like the utility was
Sova's second fragging.
No, literally, he was so good at getting those trades. And as you can see here on the pistol, just getting those 2 picks, it was just so clean.
His sheriff is just so good. Like, it's probably one of the most reliable sheriffs, I think, in the entirety of the league. Every time you see that guy with that gun in his hand, very, very rarely is he missing those shots. This play as well was just crazy. To have the wherewithal, he had the support there in the moment from his KJ, but to have the wherewithal to push the Astro Wall like that, Athena, is insanity.
It was gross. And he actually brought the Odin back. A lot of that mid-control towards Art, towards A. He had that Odin just spamming. It was just overall really solid game plan from NRG. They didn't even waver at all when it came to C9. And Brock, his Sova util, everything that he's done, just really played a big picture into that, getting a lot of those kills as well. You don't see your Sova top fragging that much.
I wish we got to see a little bit more of that defense have to, especially with him kind of picking up the Odin.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. But now let's go ahead and hear what's going on in the Cloud9 camp. We have Coach Emmy standing by ahead of map 2.
Here, the coach of Cloud9, Emmy. Now, that is not the way you want your map pick to go. 13-2 in favor of the opposing team. We're going to their map pick next. We're moving on from that map. We're moving on to the second map. What is your plan?
Again, we have no footage. It's just play our own game. Let's hope they're not as good on Breeze as they were on Pearl. Their util was really good on Pearl, but we felt like we had the right reads. Like, we knew where they were going. We just couldn't stop it. So hopefully we can start shooting our guns and stop being spectators.
Well, best of luck on map 2.
And listen, sometimes it really do be like that. And when you're going up against the world mother flipping champions, you kind of have to accept that that could very well be a possibility. But now we're going into Breeze here. This map has been mixed up and changed around. But I think it is interesting that NRG chose this one, right? This is a map that we haven't seen for a hot minute, but yet NRG's like, yeah, we'll go ahead and use it first pick of kickoff.
I mean, Breeze is still one of those maps where you can play post-plant heavy, so I'm a little worried after what we saw on Pearl. Going into Breeze, C9 needs to have an answer for that this time around.
Yeah, I feel like yesterday when we saw Breeze, we saw a lot of those aiming controls. We saw a lot of that mid-control. And obviously, in this Pro game, we saw NRG just abusing that on C9. They only countered it a couple times. They adapted, but it just wasn't quick enough. And so NRG, they have a lot of that game plan under their belt, and obviously this is their map pick. do they have just such a deep playbook that C9 won't be able to counter in time?
I believe so, and it's not even just about the depth of their playbook, it's that it feels impenetrable. Like, they have everything accounted for, every angle, every gap. What gaps? There are no gaps. So when I'm looking at Cloud9, the win condition here is kind of take over the game. We saw when they had that aggression, they kind of found openings. They put a stunt or a stop to what Energy has planned, right? So we need to see that continuing over to this map and even more.
You know, we actually got to see more of Oxy holding W. I'm just gonna say it.
Maybe, yeah, you know, but the thing is though is that you're holding W into, you know, Amada, you're holding W into a Kiko. Like
Oxy,
these guys are hitting their shots. But of course, I don't disagree with you there. All right, folks. Well, that is gonna do it for our breakdown here, but we have plenty more to come. Mimi and Ender are gonna be catching you guys on the other side of the break. We'll see you after this.
Well, I think everyone in the audience is going to be hoping, just like Imi is, that NRG's Breeze is not as ridiculous as their Pearl just was. If we want to see a competitive series, we're going to be jumping into Agent Select.
That is a pretty crazy composition to lock, and you would never see Breach on the old Breeze. But it's interesting to think about how he might be good on the new one. A lot of angles and approaches to sites got narrowed down. You think of the changes towards A main, you look at B elbow, and maybe there are ideas where the Breach is a little bit more potent. You combine that with him just having gotten some buffs in the most recent patch to the width of the stun and the timing of the flash, and I'm just excited to see what they're cooking.
You're excited to see that, okay? So even though NRG are playing what I kind of think is kind of the hotness right now, double duelist, double smokes on this map. I love the look NRG is bringing. They were looking strong in the last one. Is Breach out of left field enough to give C9 an edge?
I don't think they need something out of left field. I think they need to shoot back, like Imi said. I mean, they were just getting neck dipped in a lot of rounds in that last game. Like he was saying, where they did have the read and were in the right spot, but couldn't convert off of it. Those are the rounds that were the real heartbreakers. For NRG, though, like you're saying, I love this comp. I think it is going to be the meta comp on this map, or at least a similar variation with this double duelist and the double smokes. It is so potent in terms of the options you have for aggressive play. It is so suffocating to play against the double smokes, whether you're retaking a site or you're an attacker fighting into it. It's tough, but Cloud9, they've got to find the solve if they want to stay in this upper bracket.
Well, maybe lucky for C9 as they get to start on the attack side first. Didn't really get to play attack on the last map, and they're heading in exactly the right direction. As the Viper wall goes down, nobody really here from NRG, choosing to play full-on retake.
Post-runs are a lot easier now after the map changes, especially when your Breach still has full util. A stun, a flash can support well.
Well, Mata just ran through mid and opened the door, threatening a quick flank. That's going to cause C9 to really worry about their back. As this fight forward comes in, stun comes down. 1-for-1 at the start, but C9 still have a great position on site as Penny walks it down for another. And now Kiko gets into the mix of it. NRG out of nowhere. Execute free for the pistol.
You're already seeing on display one of the biggest differences when you're not playing the double smokes in these post plants. If you think to some of the earlier plays that we've seen, like yesterday here on Breeze in Americas, the double smokes post plants would constantly have a cycle of smokes in the middle of sight over for that left angle as well that you see Ethan swinging here. But with just the Viper, all NRG had to do was wait for it to drop and then fight in together. And so many of these C9 players just got caught in weird spots that weren't really complementary once that Viper wall was down.
Yeah, you know, C9 had the idea to fight forward earlier on into the round off of the stun, but that was just good for a one-on-one. NRG got a whole lot more done in that second layer. So, again, tough start to this second map for C9.
0-3 on pistol rounds right now for them. Gonna be something to track as we go into the second half of this game.
Now, Breeze, an interesting map for the Viper. On a lot of maps, you see Vipers almost always just throw down their Viper wall and attack at the start of the round. Because they only have the one smoke agent, C9 need to hold on to that one as Kiko. Wow.
That's your reaction?
That's my honest reaction to killing 5 players with classics with a shotgun.
He killed 3.
Okay, he killed 3, but the whole team, you know what, Mimi? Let's not get stuck, bogged down in the particulars. You even saw them through the wall because there's a dart getting chucked out.
Let's go back to your point around the Viper. It really does telegraph where you want to finish. It becomes very difficult to hit the other site without the Viper wall. In the composition that NRG is running, they can always default that A wall and be able to rotate back towards B with their other smokes. Thankfully, with the B changes, 1 Viper orb is tenable to take that, but it's still difficult.
Well, C9 have seemingly done the same thing 3 rounds in a row, except this time after securing the orb. Slow things down, leaving Vic over in mid patrolling to see if there is going to be a forward walk-up.
And well, there is, but it's not somewhere he can really hold. You see both duelists posted up for NRG. Kiko's Judge and Elbow could especially become problematic if Cloud9 head this direction.
I love the Yoru on this map, especially on defense for controlling mid. You can go down into these positions like Mata is in with the freedom to teleport away. A lot of safety in that.
With Brock top mid, he can easily support either of those duelists. And I don't think they'll be the ones in the hot seat. Instead of Ethan, tagged up, having to push back into this utility.
That utility, and somehow he gets away from it. Quick on the movement, and with a beautiful ping, no one is ready for him. Who is going to take Ethan out? No one's even looking at him. They have no idea he could be back here. And a headshot from Brock keeps NRG with the lead. And as more players filter in, you realize C9 haven't planted the spike. You realize Zeppa's kind of stuck back here.
30 seconds. But NRG waiting. That wall will be dropping soon. It opens up avenues to fight, and Vic might be the critical player.
Vic has no gas to play with yet. C9 are going to have one more chance to throw up that wall and get the spike down, but they're only going to have a few seconds to cross over to default. And they're still worried about their backs. NRG choose to take their time and walk 2 players on the flank instead.
Spike planted.
Zeppa has to hold this. Scuba's low. Amada will be difficult.
Zeppa's been the hero before, but it never came down to C9 winning rounds. Needs a little bit more now. Backed into the corner, Zeppa falls. Now it's all on Vic, and history repeats itself. A thrifty round win for NRG, make it 3-0.
The worst scenario you can imagine for Cloud9. And NRG again displaying one of the keys of game 1, their patience. They know that their opponent only has that Viper wall available, so once they get into this round 3, they just wait. But they got to that point because of the excellent work from Ethan.
Yep.
I want to talk about that smoke he used to anchor, throwing up the one-way on the box front side on B. That makes it so difficult for anyone to swing around that right side. And if anyone's approaching left, you have to go so much deeper now to actually swing and deal with him. And despite the util pattern they used to try and clear him out, he was still there and still got 2.
Good movement from him to dodge away from the breach blast, to get out from the snake bite too. So C9 give up on B for the time being. Bring their pistols onto the A side. Teleport back from Ethan. Armada leaves Ethan all alone. But still, these darts are a problem, causing C9 players to turn their heads. Not too much of a problem for Ethan, but Brock filters into the space. The second C9 feel a little bit more comfortable.
Spike planted.
Patience from NRG as they gear up for the refight through that wall. Beautiful work out from Mata and Scuba and the rest of the gang.
It's just formulaic at this point. Wait for Cloud9 to go for something aggressive with the breach. Hold back. The second the wall drops, you fight in together, and you out-trade them. 4-0 now.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby for NRG. A lot of people might have predicted C9 before this game because they might have been looking at social media and seeing that Bonkar was saying he was subbing in for Scuba.
Okay, question for you.
Yeah?
It was a 13-2 map one. It's 4-0 right now. Could NRG have won with Bonkar?
I think they win with Bonkar.
I think so too. And you were one of the people who credited C9 with Bonkar.
Look, I took him as an honest man.
Bonkar was the star player of Bonk 2023 Tier 2 Northern Europe, okay?
Wow.
Don't doubt the guy.
He's clearly taken so much of that into his day-to-day. Maybe C9 could use him. C9 could use a round. See what they can do.
Here's they got a pretty free B side, but the issue's been these retakes and already 2 players flanking.
Yeah, NRG ready for this one. Mata leading the charge, using C9's own wall against them, but Zeppo was waiting for it, and that control is good enough for C9 to get this site, but Brock still somehow gets a pick on the other side.
Spike planted.
Kiko slides into the back. It's a little bit awkward for NRG, whose IGL is on the wrong side of the map, real far away from this, but somehow Penny has util in hand. Kiko catches him out, and now Kiko can wait because Ethan is on the prowl. Kiko just needs more threat, more attention drawn towards himself. But will Ethan clear beneath him? Oh no, the Rolling Thunder, was that canceled out? No! NRG can't be doing that.
Not only does he Ajax the ult and lose that for next round, but they lose the 2-on-2. It's like watching a train wreck. Just disaster close round upon disaster.
Nice, bro! Yeah, Mata can't believe it either.
Is
it
that
just
a
looks
second
impossible.
timeout in 5 rounds?
That's the
Or is
first
that the
timeout.
first one?
You're still thinking of the round 2
Sorry,
timeout.
both of these games have just felt like the same game because they're going so
No,
quick.
it makes sense because 6 or 7 rounds ago, there was a Cloud9 timeout. If you go all the way back in time to Pearl, right? Oh boy. Well, now C9 have a whole slew of new problems. It's this quick retakes from NRG. It's pressure on the flanks when it's these B retakes as well. And it's also Kiko, who's sitting 9-1 on this Neon. You thought he was chill, you thought he was quiet, silent. Oh, he's slotting in, he's great last map on the Killjoy. Now he's taken over on the Neon.
And on the other side, the duelists for C9 have not been able to activate. So much of their game plan has been around getting into these sites and going for proactive plays in the post flank. He's also stunning up, Penny and Oxy swinging, but every time, NRG is so patient in the angles that they're holding, waiting for that aggression, and Penny and Oxy combined are 4-10 to start this match.
Tough start for C9. And we talked about needing C9 to start shooting back in the interview between games.
I think they might need to temper some of the post-plan aggression and go for more kind of trap plays as that wall is dropping, as NRG is pushing, having the stun or the flash on standby to then swing in instead of trying to proactively get something. It'll still be tough, but maybe some things to look at as they're trying to navigate this breach comp to a win.
Yeah, it's running up in mid from Oxy. He hits that shot.
Precise gunplay, by the way.
All right, but still these fights means Vic comes out on top. Scuba pinched now. As one player threatens coming in on tunnel. There's 3 more back in main. What can he do? 1-2! There's still a chance now for Ethan in the clutch.
Cloud9 is not allowed to lose this round.
Oh no, and a Viper's Pit as well. Might create a little more chaos than C9 even want themselves. It'll be hard for C9 to play together within that. An opportunity for Ethan. Silently approaching into backside. He'll find Zeppa first. Stars onto the spike. What have you got? There it is, Ethan, no! Vic rips it away.
That was maybe a centimeter from disaster. But this time, Cloud9 weather the storm.
You thought, right? Every single break is going NRG's way. Surely they have it, but finally C9 can stop this forward advance.
Look how close he is here. Gets the crosshair down, but can't quite wrangle the spray in time.
Boys, let's go, Vic.
So a bit of life injected back for Cloud9.
C9 like just going into mid quickly. Again, it's Oxy here, taking out a 5 HP. So low already. But he's just left to kind of work the map himself right now as the rest of his team has eyes around this pit in main.
It looks to split back towards this A site.
It's a strange round, right? Like C9 have these embeds in mid, but NRG haven't really done anything about it. They're just giving it up entirely.
They re-drone, put some pressure, but won't invest any more resources. And with that orb constantly cycling.
Yeah, that one way is really annoying to try and get through.
Yeah, you either go into the one way or you go into Viper spit. Splitting A is so difficult. So maybe now Cloud9 think about what can they do? Can you feign somewhere? Can you pull players back?
I like
well,
this.
Now they're losing info.
Yeah.
The re-clear from Mata.
Scouting ult into mid, only sees the one player. Maybe less effective than Mata was hoping for. Will have to escape away. Didn't have a teleport to fall back on either. So now a Hunter's Fury just pulverizes Oxy in main. A beautiful angle that Brock is working.
Main, but there's still Astra and Viper util here.
Yeah, there's also a Neon on the way. There's a Hunter's Fury that C9 are trying to use to find a way into the site. But it's a mess. It is a mess. You've still got Penny lurking around in mid. C9 froze in the mid round and never found the correct answer.
The whole round, they wanted to end that into an A split. The Viper Orb cycling, though, dissuaded them. And the timing on that re-clear from Mata was so good. Popping the ult back into mid. They didn't have any other info tools left. And in realizing the rotation was coming, that's what primed the two anchors to ready on site. And for Brock to rip that Hunter's Fury. As soon as Oxy's dead, taking B with such little time basically becomes impossible.
Yeah, because then all the anchors, they don't have to look at tunnel anymore. You've got 3 players on B just focused on main. Doesn't matter how good the attacking side is going to be. 9 times out of 10, you're getting mowed down in that spot.
So maybe you simplify and just send it A.
Maybe. It's not always so simple because there's walls, there's mollies, there's players already here. Oxy stalled out for a moment. But C9 have the TP ready to go if they want it. Again, taking their time. Now trying to look for something. Scuba untouched and unbeatable. 4 in the blink of an eye from Scuba. And Vic sent packing. No chance to play for. You know Scuba is hungry for it. You know the rest of NRG is trying to set him up for it. Brock jumping around. The human drone locked in. Scuba waits and taken it down. The ace ripped away.
You can't just turn enchant ace for Vic now, guys.
I
Too
mean,
greedy.
you could. Would it make any sense? No. Is there a chance to win this round with the spike out in the middle of A? Okay.
They don't care.
I don't think Vic cares, guys. It's really sad. He's lost touch.
Yeah, he's just gonna save this round. Boy, that was brutal. The drone saw Scuba going into that corner initially. And I think they thought he walked back out in the interim. No, he just stuck around, stayed in that corner, picked the perfect timing to swing.
It feels like there's been too many times NRG have gotten players in positions that C9 just think are clear. Like you think Ethan backside B back at the start of this game.
And the thing is, even despite that, that should have been maybe 2 kills on these initial ones. But the flash, all of just the little pieces, the timing, the positioning, everything went his way. Mitch cheering it on
Gotta love it.
with the NRG jersey.
Scuba, stoic as always.
An in-person hate watch, that's the next level.
Well, C9 are going to call their second timeout of the half here. Got 4 more rounds to try and put something together.
Yeah?
I don't even have a good question to ask you because
Okay.
I don't want to put you in the position that Imi is in right now.
I don't think he likes the position he's in. He looks stressed,
No.
angry.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's already drawing up like the scrim plan for next week. You know, it's like, this is what we're
Just
working
get ahead
on.
on some paperwork. This one's cooked, boys. Certainly
We'll
feels
see.
that way.
I mean, the money is botched in this next round for C9. So
Yes.
if anything's going to happen, it needs to come in the rounds after this. But
So when we looked at NRG, a team who just came off winning champs, the big things for them was that they mastered the
Won
Waylay.
champs.
They mastered. That is one of them.
That's
but
the biggest thing. Sorry.
they were like the forefront team of the new meta, the changes to the game, of Corrode's introduction, and I think one of the keys for them heading into Stage 1 2026 was being great on Breeze. They're looking to prove that right now. Already up 7-1.
Yeah, because everyone's going to be banning the Corrode, or just about everyone, you would imagine. And people might need to start considering their Pearl, their Breeze, every other map in the pool. Might need to consider better luck in the bracket.
Yeah, that's a big one to consider.
Maybe just better luck in general. C9 haven't really found any of it so far this game. Because another thing that I think really just destroyed this half for C9 is that round they lost over on B, where both Penny and Zelsis used the ults.
Yes.
Right? They're two biggest ults on the map, right? And because these rounds are so lopsided, right? Like C9 are getting so few kills consistently that those two players are still halfway across from getting those ults back online. That snowball just in full effect now.
And a scenario I've seen many times, NRG up a man, playing back, waiting as Cloud9 hope for an opportunity that they just haven't gotten. That is unlucky, to say the least.
Womp, womp. And Brock ready to deliver some more bad news to C9. Dart comes in, it's Ethan once more, 4 for the IGL.
Casual 4K, 8-1 now.
That's
And
back-to-back
how he-
4Ks,
I
actually.
mean, this first kill is just brutal.
I really liked how he approached those angles there. Nice control out from Ethan. But this is the round I'm looking at. If C9 are gonna have a chance in this game, it is time to show up.
They've gone for these fast mid rounds with a stun towards Nest, and Oxy running up before this one. A little bit more tempered to start, but now they activate.
It's the stun that hits both Nest and also the walk down from tunnel into elbow. Very effective at a round opening. It's given C9 a lot. Still, though, they're so heavy in mid that breaking through a main is going to be tough, so it might be a forward mission. A little jump up now from Oxy. Brock waiting for it, takes him away. He's so thirsty for more frags.
And look at this walk up. Ethan has just been on a promenade.
Well, no Sentinel gives some opportunities, and Ethan is certainly going to be a beneficiary of those.
So now he'll run back A main as Cloud9 rotate in. One of the best chances they've had in a 3-on-3.
Oh, but Zelsis is kind of alone. Look at C9. They've got a player in mid. You've got Vic going on a mission
But at
back
least
to
he's
enemy
planted
spawn.
for backside. Penny needs to do something here, and he shoots the clone. Has to TP away.
Back into double doors now. And does have the dimensional drift. If he needs to secure the round. There's a stun, trying to set up this fight. Penny gets the first, runs out of bullets and taken down. So it's still a 2-on-2, or rather a 3-on-3. I tell a lie, the HUD is broken. It's a 2-on-2.
Yep.
Everybody lock in. Vic is locked in.
And
Mata
time
doesn't have
is
the
just
time.
basically gone at this point.
Nope.
That's it. That's a round for C9.
And Vic is, looks like he's losing his mind there. Still some excitement in the C9 camp. And still not out of it. That was the round. I tasked them win that round.
Yeah, and they did it. And they punished a little bit of energy. They've been so disciplined today, playing in spawn when they're up numbers. Here they got a little greedy, I think. The swing out from Brock after getting the shorty kill. Kiko hard committing to the fight top mid. So a door has been opened. How far in can they get with that?
What I'm interested in now is Kiko going for the operator. Again, poking down into mid, getting in front of the stun. Mata just full sprints through that one. C9 have ideas to split into this B site. Penny Cutting back down into mid, trying to get some scouting, but does not actually spot Mata.
This flank timing could be so good.
And this is awkward too. Pulling out of the dimensional drift. Proc again locks it down with the push through mid as well. C9 have been routed.
And Chrissy, that's Vic dead. They have no smokes, and they're still not out of main.
Oh, with the teleport being set up, NRG are gonna have 3 bodies here. They've still got the operator as well.
No smokes, no dive. How the hell do you get past it off?
Well, maybe it starts missing. Zep also tucked into the corner, but C9 need more shots to connect. Need some more help, but it's not gonna be there. And just after C9 went around, it is just shut out immediately. That was quick.
Big credit to Mata. That fast timing on the flank was excellent. Hard reading that with a dimensional drift in play, it's likely to be a harder execute from Cloud9. And taking that chance to immediately push through. And not only get a pick, but kill the smokes.
Bro, I just styled on Penny, bro. You saw?
It's true, back-to-back rounds. Dominates Nest.
So 1 round left in the half for Cloud9. Try and string something together, and NRG set up for a bit of a fight towards A main. A crossfire with bait from the Neon.
There's a Rolling Thunder, but they're in front of it. NRG are actually in front of the Rolling Thunder right now, with what Zelsis was looking for. First kill goes to Mata. And the stall is still there. Scuba trying to
He lives?
Extricate himself from that position. And Zelsis still had not pulled the trigger on the ult.
At least they still have it to re-exec. But now without Oxy.
A lot harder to capitalize off of it now.
And he walks back into the corner.
Is he in front of it again? No. Pushed up goes Kiko, and he still gets one! It is ridiculous, and Scuba as well once more. He's not slowing down either. He's going on a mission. Full pressure on C9, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. NRG will take another 10-2 half.
I'm disgusted by what's happening.
It's ridiculous.
They're just laughing it off. It's that chill, it's that easy. There was like 4 players in that corner at some point this round, and I think every one of them got at least a kill. Brutal stuff. 10-2. Cloud9 scamper into the second half after this.
Esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports, for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이나믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 Pulsar 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
Things look eerily similar back to how they went down on Pearl for NRG, leading at 10-2 on the half. And for me, I think the best thing to see for this NRG team, coming off that champs win, coming off of losing Psalm, Kiko filling into those shoes and now sitting 15-5 on the Neon. He's looked great, and on the Killjoy on the last map, he was stellar too.
Yeah, I think part of the promise of Kiko coming over was that he could slot into this secondary duelist role when they need it. not looking very secondary in this map. 15-5, like you're saying. He is having a great performance. And I think there's no better way to just show up to a new region with a new team, the world champs, no less, and perform like this. Just 3 rounds away from putting Cloud9 to bed.
And NRG's pistol rounds have been perfection today so far as well. Currently heading into vacant territory. NRG looking to set up shop here very comfortably in the post.
And unlike the solo controller comp that C9's running, NRG will constantly have smokes to recycle in this post.
Yeah, which allow you to do more forward fights as well. Deep smokes and a deep push as well. Check this out. All the way underneath bridge is Mata pushing back into spawn, shut out by Vic. This forward fight going horribly wrong as Vic lights up the kill feed. NRG were getting a little bit funky. But Vic for 4 will win C9's first pistol.
The bright spot for Cloud9 map 1 was Zeppa. Maybe map 2, it could be Vic. Had a couple rounds with multi-kills in the first half. It's a 4K here to start. Punishing this aggression. Some real nice mechanics.
Let's go, Vic! Vic, take us home! Take us...
And you know Celsius is gonna fuel the coals off of winning that round.
What I want to know is what he means by take us home. Is that like win this map and then win the next one so we go home and we win, or stop killing them so we can go home?
I'm going to guess the prior, but
okay.
I suppose it's up to interpretation.
That's the one that takes the longest. That's the longest road forward for Cloud9. Need 10 more rounds in this map to have a shot.
Good map.
I'll show them.
Quick on the draw. C9 have an idea to
You're
fight all the way
Viper
into
wall.
mid. Yeah. I want to know where Zelsis is trying to go for the stun, just reactive right now. They basically just want to give up either of these sites and then very quickly rotate through mid.
Yeah, you saw
to be able to
walls
fight it out.
sometimes like this on the old map. I didn't really expect people to do it as much after the changes, but here we are with a little forward fight.
Oxy as well, through the box. Not shying away from that fight. 3 for him and C9, string 2 in a row.
It's just eco frags, but I think he needed that. 2 kills map 1. It was a brutal start here on map 2 as well. Only getting 4 kills in that first half. But gets a couple added onto the tally here.
Nice. Let's go! Around! I got the shot. Oh my God.
And if nothing else, even if they're getting stomped, you give Cloud9 a round and they'll give you some energy back.
Just love to see the boys up there having fun.
Let's see how long the fun lasts, though.
Yeah, this is the testing round. Can they get a bonus themselves?
Energy's won 2 of them today.
Mm-hmm. C9 probably need this to make an honest go of things. So far, NRG are waiting to see where that forward play is going to be, but I like how C9 have set up in mid again. Just very nice off angles, complementary angles, and holding onto that breach stun ready the second a player sees a body.
Kiko just feigns the door. They rotate back towards A. This kind of heavy mid fighting Cloud9 is doing, they'll practically always be playing for the retake, but their comp is suited for it. The double duelists in the breach. And in a lot of ways, this becomes a repeat of the pistol round. Their energy forward fought got cut down completely. How do they approach it this time?
Looks to be somewhat more reserved. Still a fight on the left side as Mata tucks himself right against these double doors. Seems like he wants to be the one taking the forward fights. And I like it. Not often you see it as another smoke goes down, giving him a pocket to work into. Oxy reads him like a book and gets the first kill in this round. Still another duelist lodged in backside. Kiko, peppered by utility, tucks himself in, dodges the flash, but taken out once more. C9 have the pieces to make a real go at this round, and they're going to continue to come up heads on him. As the smoke goes down, Oxy for 4. C9 are in this game.
The bonus they needed. Oxy did so much that round. Through the edge of the smoke, catches just a glimpse of Mata as he was fighting up. Takes that kill, joins in with his teammates to full clear back sight, and then has the awareness to be ready for Ethan's reflank. If Ethan lives there, not only does he have a pull,
the game. We're good.
but he also has a second layer of pressure to win that post plant.
first NRG timeout of today?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, why would they have timed out map 1 or the first half?
To ice C9, I don't know.
Yeah.
For fun.
Ice them after winning 1.
So Bonkar can sub himself in?
Yeah.
Like, give me a chance, guys. It's my time to shine.
Well, it's his time in this time out. Chat with the team. I would guess this is going to be about the approach to some of these post plants. Maybe looking to change up how they're doing things over towards A. That's how they've lost the 2 rounds that they really had a chance in.
Yeah, I mean,
first half.
I think there's also an element of realizing there's nobody been on A. And C9, there's no way they're playing 5 players on A. We need to probably get some idea of how they're holding on to this mid space.
And they have seen some of the mid fighting, but I don't think they've yet realized how heavy it is.
Yeah, honestly, on a round like this, Energy are heading in. It's going to be an eco for them. Sometimes like to see teams on the eco just go on more fact-finding missions, try to figure out what that default look is going to be in mid. Get a better understanding of how to break that heading into future rounds, because right now they don't really have much to work off of, all things considered, as they just keep running it into A over and over again.
Or counterpoint, you know A is completely clear. You're going to be able to get a plant. Let's flip the round and see if we can win a post.
That's the play if you want to try and win the round, but odds don't look so good. It's a Bucky of all things in Kiko's hands. I'm going to abuse that Neon a bit.
Recycling smokes, a bucket can get scary on a retake.
Time to jump.
Taking advantage of the fact that they're not expecting to run into too much resistance on this side. Penny will teleport away, hearing those footsteps go forward. And again, NRG overwhelm the site. Again, they get forward. Thanks largely to that smoke on your screen. It allows so much space to be taken. And now the slide forward for the drone. 1 for 1 at the start. But still, it's 3 classics in NRG's inventory. Hard to make it go at much more of this. Zoxy is running circles around 360 on that one. And NRG will be cut down 1 by 1. And even after a brief pause, the rest of NRG will fall. C9 within by 4.
The approach on these retakes is looking good from Cloud9. Playing very patient and having all sorts of tools to break out. I think Neon Ult is just the best thing to easily win an anti-eco. When your opponents have Sheriffs, it is so hard to hit a guy like Oxy before he's going to be able to get that laser on your head. So, okay, gap down to 4. But now we get to see what Energy learned. They're on a rifle round now. And are they just going to run it back? 4th time's the charm on the A post plant.
The thing is, it's a little different out of C9, though. Zelsis is playing up on A, trying to set up Penny's operator. Maybe a forward stun to take this line. And that's exactly what it is. What a shot. Picks him right out of the air.
Looked like he wasn't ready. Flicks in time.
And yet still Energy are on this site. Fewer tools to fight. 40 is so quick with it. Takes Scuba's head right off.
So now it gets desperate for NRG. 3 on 5, and Cloud9 again just bide their time to play the set retake up in numbers.
Mata right up on orange. Needs to pull off something. But taken out is IGL. And now the rest of C9 come on through. What a beautiful round. Penny's operator looking untouchable.
This game has gone from, what, a 10-2 to now feeling like we've just repeated the same round 4 times in a row. And suddenly Cloud9 is within touching distance.
Wow.
Credit to Penny here. These shots were just lovely.
They're all flicky, they're all quick, and they're all perfectly accurate.
Just such a flexible player he is. Whether it's playing the Viper, switching onto the Duelist, rifling, opping. He's really shown it all throughout his tenure, despite having so few opportunities since his early days on V1 to actually show what he's got on a Tier 1 team.
So NRG back to the well. A main again. Did they practice their B execs? I'm not even sure. They're still running through the A playbook, and now a very deep Viper's Pit. Not every day you see something like this. Vic, though, just mowed down, because where else could he be playing? Too simple for Mata to figure that one out. Now the Cosmic Divide giving so much more space to NRG.
A wrinkle of this round is the late flank. Scuba waiting in mid, hearing Oxy's footsteps.
Yeah. Scuba waiting for it. Scuba on the right side of the wall heard that door open, but didn't know maybe that there could be another player moving in. Ethan holding. Ethan down, but there's another backup layer. Brock shuts it down. Now Penny.
Scuba, he's been on his world tour, finally coming back into play.
It's not planted for him, though. Zeppa has an opportunity here. If he can win this fight on this side of the wall, not going to happen. Does NRG get another?
No time.
And the clock is working against them. Zeppa will play for an exit, will get his and run on out of there. But NRG have finally stopped the drought.
Maybe they gotta change the definition of stupidity, because NRG on yet another hard A hit make it work. This time though.
It's the definition of insanity, Mimi, doing the same thing over and over again.
Well, maybe I'm the definition of stupidity. I don't know.
Might be.
The wrinkle though is having that reflank in the lurk. Cloud9 thought with the Cosmic Divide up, they could make noise for Oxy pushing through and still be unknown on that flank. But with the lurker there to cut a player down, made that retake so much more difficult without that initiator utility, and set him up as insurance at the end of the round.
Once more into the fray. This time, though, Mata using the dimensional drift through mid. And that's going to mean that Zelsis can't take out any utilities. Too cautious. Ethan following that Yoru. Sets up beautifully and pinching back into the operator. It's a really nice call of a round out of Ethan. Now Hunter straight on top of it as well. Kiko playing off of that too. I mean, every single piece of the puzzle is coming together now for NRG. And the late lurks as well, finally clipped away at. How does C9 work back in here? There's so much threat of a flank as the door opens. A Viper's Pit too. Penny trying to scout out for his team. If anyone's gonna make it happen, it's him on the recon mission, but now as he pulls away and more utility comes down as Vic falls and the rest of the team too. NRG advanced to map point.
So NRG, they heard about the cool new game mode, all random one site. Didn't have a chance to play it, so thought maybe we run it in an official. Just go A every time,
It's actually
see what happens.
Yeah, the B side of the map is blocked off from them. Physically can't go there, it seems.
Spectator client just doesn't show it, but.
What's crazy is the more C9 started playing to hold this A site, the worse it's been going for them.
Yes.
When it was just the 5-on-5 retakes, everything was dandy. They had five round wins in a row.
And now it's, instead of just a hard hit into A main, a heavy play for mid.
Yeah. On the Yoru ult, NRG saw a little more information here last time. Trying to work off that for a fight. This time it's to the door, traded out instantly. And Oxy in the corner. He needs a little bit more, he's looking for it. He's hunting, and he's good for it too. Shuts it down completely, and yet Brock has brought it to a 1-on-2. Still forced to recover the spike. As a swing comes in, Zeppa absolutely fearless. Vic says it's not over just yet.
What great work from Oxy. He had an absolutely brutal start to this series. The first map and a half, practically nothing going for him. But now he shows up with some truly incredible movement.
Nice, boys, let's go.
What is this Viper wall? C9 reinventing the wheel, not in exactly the wrong round because NRG got the role of the B site in all random one site. Penny here, and Zeppa covering his back. It's a little bit awkward just sending Kiko into his death, NRG. The idea seems unclear to me at present moment as Oxy just sprinting through A main are running NRG down.
What is this round? Brock's gonna try and do something heroic again, but of course, not even he could win a 1v5.
Can we just watch that all back again?
Yeah, please. So it starts with just the Neon being sent into B, pretty much alone. Zeppa catches him, and then Oxy, while that's going on, pushes through the flank, kills the mid lurker, and from there it just crumbles.
That's going to be one I'm going to need to check out in the VOD again and try and put together the plan that NRG was running. NRG, of course, now...
This is getting close.
Yeah. And NRG are choosing to save here.
Yeah, that buy is not good. They faking A, trying to walk it into B. He's putting some presence here, which Oxy is happy to receive.
Good lord, the Hunter's Fury too. Adding insult to injury. Seems like after playing so many rounds as a collective, NRG in this separate approach has not paid out by any means. See if Kiko can do anything on this Bucky, sliding forward off his stun. He's good for it. That's a gun to be picked up as well.
He's going in for more. Knows he has to win this round for his new team.
So aggressive in front of the flash too. Sees a clone pass him. So patient. There he is. Worried about the flank as well, but the lasers from downtown remove any real chance in this round. Scubra peddling a sheriff. Not too concerned about the spike. Scuba has time on his side. Has plenty of time to make it happen. Scuba delivers a fatal blow to C9 for the Red Bull clutch.
And that's it. A brutal 2-0 victory against this Cloud9 squad. The world champs return with a vengeance. And the way that they finish this.
Love a little eco win at the very bitter end out of Scuba and the rest of NRG. The second map looked a whole lot closer, but honestly, NRG delivered. Coming back, bouncing back in a big way into 2026.
Figuring out finally how to make that A site work. Cooking up some more interesting rounds to close it. The team play looked so on point for this squad. I think answering a lot of the questions. Being a former champ coming into this year. Are they good on Breeze? Looks solid. Have they integrated Kiko well? At least from first looks, seems so. He played so well map 2 on that Neon.
Yeah, this NRG team, a true force to be reckoned with. Even the new man in the squad, NRG have looked very good. Packed arena as well, providing support to the NRG boys up there on the stage, starting their year off in the right way. And I mean, the beginning of this map in particular, you think about this round from Scuba just playing in the pocket. A few highlight moments himself too.
Scuba had quite a few of them throughout this series. I think pretty much everyone on NRG got that chance to be the hero. For Cloud9 now, they head down to the middle bracket. Not necessarily an enviable position, but sometimes you get the draw of the champions.
Good news for them in the middle bracket. They probably don't have to play NRG for a while.
Yeah.
So in one way, they got the nasty game out of the way early on. Worry about some other opponents before potential rematch down the line. This is the way it closed out. Scuba just playing that clutch to perfection. A 2-0 for the reigning champs in NRG. And a great showing to kick the year off.
It really was, and I like a lot of the comps they showed. I think that this approach that they ran on Breeze is going to be pretty popular. The double smokes, double duelists, not only is it good in theory, but I think in practice, in terms of their roles, it just makes so much sense. Those two smoke players have so much freedom, and then Kiko alongside Mata went absolutely crazy. But we want to hear more from him, the new member of NRG. He's standing by with Liz for your Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Mimi and Ender. Can we give Kiko a wonderful VCT Americas welcome for an incredible performance? I don't think I need to say, but welcome to VCT Americas, and damn, what a way to do it, Kiko. I mean, that first map, 13-2, stealing their map pick away from them. I talked to Bonkar. He said, I think we're just having a good game. We're going in confident. We're going in with the vibes. What is your read on that? How did you think you did? How was Pearl able to go your way?
I think that with the boys at the NRG, there's like when we got into the official, it was like a different sort of vibe, and I think their experience, like winning champs and everything like that, it was super cool. We were super confident with everything we did, so it was super fun.
Would you say it's a different vibe from like scrims to being on stage?
Yeah.
In what way?
I think just like the experience and like the comms were super like calm, and like situations, we played it like perfectly for me.
Did you feel like when you came to NRG, you had to adjust to that style, or did you kind of feel like it was something you were naturally felt?
It definitely was an adjustment at first. It was hard, but I think I've gotten more used to it, and I'm thinking. So yeah, it was good.
I mean, you killed it out there. Guys, I saw you. Can you give a cheer for Kiko one more time? I know it's in the middle of the interview, but it is such a pleasure to watch you, on stage. I want to ask you, during our interview with Ethan, he said you're the best aimer in EMEA. I'm going to get your read on that, but also I would like to know, where do you see yourself in kind of the NA aimer squad? Do you think you are one of the best aimers here?
I'm not sure. They're making me play some freaky guns, man. I'm not sure. I'm playing like Judge, Stinger. I haven't played that much before, but yeah, no, it's fun. I mean, I can't really rank myself.
That's fair. Something else I want to ask you is you just played against Penny, whom was once upon a time subbing in for Team Liquid. Did that help at all, knowing his his tendencies, his fundies?
I mean, I was excited to play him. I messaged him earlier. I was like, I'm downloading all your plays. I'm gonna read you like a book, everything like this. But it was just funny because I had a lot of fun playing with him in Liquid.
Well, guys, keep it up for Kiko one more time. I would keep on cheering for him. It is so amazing having VCT Americas.
Thank you so much.
Stay right there, but we're going to go to break because we have MIBR versus Envy next.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Envy are fully bundled up on site, and that is massive. Envy tear them apart. From Challengers to Ascension to Americas will take their first series under the lights.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Envy. They have Eggster, he plays Yoru, and only Yoru, so that's going to be fun to play against.
EG can fight you at any time, no smokes available. Eggster's right in front of it! Eggster for 4!
They have a very unique and aggressive playstyle that I think will be very fun to play against on LAN.
I mean, obviously, people are going to say MIBR. I would pick MIBR, you know what I mean? I know you have heavy hitters, but for us, we have Kesney, we have Egg. Obviously, I believe that we can win. We'll find out and see, right? Just like the EG game. We'll find out and see.
And indeed we will. Well, welcome back to day 3 of kickoff and our second match of the day. It's going to be a good one, a banger, if you will. It's MIBR facing off against Envy. Goldenboy here alongside Des. You got Emily and Athena. We're going to break it all down. Let's get some quick reactions, though, on that NRG performance. I mean, Emily, an absolutely dominating showing from our world champions, even though C9 showing some signs of life toward the end there.
They definitely tried to bring it back, but it just wasn't enough. And we saw it ended with a 3K on that Deagle, right?
Yeah.
And so that what a way to close on a map, too. That one with the clutch. But no, we definitely saw them have signs of life. I want to point out that we mentioned before about the post plans that we would be seeing, especially going into map 1. I just didn't think it would be that strong and that unbreakable.
No, it was crazy strong. But the actual crazy thing is the rounds that NRG did start to lose a little bit. C9 had a phenomenal retake, and they're really good at doing those early round fights to deny just any of that post plan situation. Even though they were getting onto site really well, but really, really well played from NRG. Every single player had some sort of star player round 2, which was crazy. We saw so many multi-kills, and everything was like looking super fly for them.
Oh, without a doubt. But of course, let's go ahead and move on, though, to our next matchup, because Envy's first match got off to a little bit of a rough start, right? Now, they have 2 subs coming into this one, right? And one of them actually just arrived that day. Kesnet had just landed. We saw him literally taking his pictures in the office, in the studio. So, you know, they were dealing with a little bit of a last-minute thing here. But that being said, Athena, what we did get was an Envy squad that fixed up some mistakes and came out strong.
Yeah, they definitely started off a little bit slower in that first map, but everything else looked insane. We saw Exter come online with that Yoru. We saw a lot of really good mid-round plays and a lot of making sure that they're getting that information delivered to their IGL. EG, they couldn't quite keep up. Felt like the firepower was super heavily lopsided towards them.
Yeah, and they were just willing to fight everything, and their trades were always on point. Like, I never saw a moment where they were in a group fight and they were kind of coming out of that on
They
the other
had
side.
really good, like, double swings. It felt like it was really coordinated.
And they were so fast. I want to give tribute to that for Exter because of the Yoru TPs that he had. He was always so quick to get there. And Rossi, huge props to him because he really felt like the cleanup crew. He was able to anchor sites, but also be the one, like the third entry past Kesnet to Exter to kind of finish the rest of the kills. And he got some insane multi.
Yeah, tall tasks were being asked from these 2 substitutes, and they came in and they looked good in the process here. But as we look at the core of the Envy team, one of those members, Inspire, had an opportunity to catch up with Elizabeth earlier on today.
Now, Inspire, congratulations on your first win in VCT Americas. But now that you have had time to kind of cool down from it, you're going to be facing a super team of MIBR. What is your strategy going into that? And can we expect you to do a little bit of trash talk like we saw on stage?
I feel like our team has nothing to lose, you know. We're coming up from Ascension. We know, like, we earned our spot here. So playing them more for me mentally or maybe for our team is, like, it's just a gauge of how good we are. We put in a lot of work. We got the win yesterday. Okay, like, we deserve to be here. Now, like, how far can we really take it? And, like, beating them will, like, tell us a lot. The trash talk. That was more for, like, defending my teammates. You know, this guy's standing up. I got to yell back at them when I get around. You know, I'm the type to, like, talk whether I'm losing or winning. But, like, I'm not going to start it. Okay. If they want to yell, I'll yell back.
All right. We'll hold you to it. Best of luck.
Now, I think it's really important to note here that my boy Baby J, as a matter of fact, not Inspire. Baby J comes from Halo. And over in the world of Halo, where I'm from, we talk a lot of crap, okay? That's kind of our whole bread and butter. So it's not all that shocking to see Inspire going out there making risky plays, but also letting his opponents know that he's here and that he's going to make his presence felt in the server.
For sure, and I really love that in the interview he was talking about how he had that mentality of nothing to lose. They know they deserve to be here. Actually, for MIBR, it's a lot more to lose. So they kind of have that super explosive, just try to play our game, try to get on site, try to get those kills. We don't really care who we're facing because at this point, every single person is supposed to be better than us. We are the underdog, and that mentality, I think, plays a huge part into it.
Yeah, and especially with Inspire, the bold plays that I was seeing out of him, like we saw in that B-roll there, is him just being on top site. It really felt like he was kind of defying the unspoken rules of VALORANT. You know when you're kind of playing retake on a site, you go at one and you fall off?
Yeah.
This guy would get one and then jump on top of site and peek over his Viper wall to go for more. It never ended.
Yeah, his stats were crazy. He was holding it down. We talked a lot about being a sentinel and holding down that site. He was a controller holding down the site almost every single time as that Viper, and it was really insane seeing him play around with his util.
Now, of course, the IGL Poppin did struggle a little bit in that series, you know, and he admitted as such as well. This is actually what he had to say in our Verizon post-match interview.
I mean, for me, there's no doubt in my mind we will be the best team if I show up. Like, we're in a 4v5 beating EG. I mean, hold up, wait a minute. We're playing quite well. I mean, all my teammates are the best in their role, just absolutely dominating. And if we can keep this version of Envy and maybe me a little bit more, we're gonna beat any team.
Hey, a lot of confidence there from Poppin, and you're gonna need it, buddy, because while Envy did manage to pass that first test on the America stage, they're being sent straight to the final boss, because this next match is gonna be against Aspas and his newly formed team of Titans, MIBR. Emily, this squad looks scary. Zekin and Aspas on the same team.
Yeah, I mean,
oh God.
Even having the original, I think it was the Lev trio of Tex, Mazzino, and Aspas, like this whole squad has chemistry already, and I think that on top of the raw firepower that they have going into it is insane. And the only question for me is that we have two duelist players, we have two innies, and we have one sentinel. Who is going to be playing what? Like, I don't know who's going to kind of swap off their roles and have to pick up a brand new one, and will that have any effect on this supposed super team going into their first match?
Yeah, you think that's going to really play effect into their playbook, especially because you want to have that fight for that fragging potential. You're going to see a lot of these players going for those hero plays because they do have that duelist mindset, like you said, as well as that winning mindset. But as you can see here, Zekin, Mazzino, and Tex joining this squad. It's going to make it really round about standout players. Every single one of these players is really good at their roles that they do play. But again, like you said, Emily, what exactly are their roles?
Yeah, they're good at the roles that they were playing in their previous team, but now, you know, they're kind of all getting mixed around and switched up, which I think is certainly going to create a lot of question marks. And I think the other thing too, Emily, you got a team with this amount of prolific players. There's a lot of pressure that's also being mounted on these guys too, because this is yet another big Aspas experiment built around him.
Yeah, I mean, especially coming in from the fans, they all want to see these individual players succeed, and putting them together like this, it does give them a lot of pressure. But with the experience behind them and already being like those star players, having lived through having those high expectations placed on them in previous seasons, I think they'll be fine.
Okay, but we got to talk about it. We got to talk about the elephant in the room.
What's that?
Super teams.
That's right.
Do they work?
Actually, you should see the poll down there. Let us know in the chat right now. Super team. Is MIBR a super team? Yay or nay? Yes or no? Let us know, because we're going to show the results here as we talk about it. And the reason why is because Shopify Rebellion's Alexis, who I'm sure you both are very familiar with competing against, had some thoughts. And one of those was that MIBR is going to be a flop in 2026.
You know what? I kind of get it. Get it. Personally, I don't think so. But I kind of get it, because super teams always do tend to flop. I feel like we've seen so many iterations of super teams coming onto the stage on VCT, and every single time it feels kind of like an ego war. Like, there are players that want to go for a lot of those things.
80% saying it is. By the way, I do want to note everyone here as well. Alexis, I believe in you, kid. Okay, you can get on Celebrity Jeopardy. Okay, I believe in you. I got an in with Ken Jennings on Blue Sky. I'll hit him up.
So funny.
Okay, no, but they're saying 80% yes on the super team. Alexis is saying it's not. They're gonna flop.
Yeah.
You're giving me the cope. We got all the.
It is cope for
or the
sure.
hope, the cope. I don't know.
I mean, the thing about this team though is that the problem with original super teams, or most super teams, is that they do have those big egos. You find them fighting a lot to have that star power. But then now you have these stars that all are actually kind of cool, calm, and collected. They don't have that ego. In
That's
the game, in the server, they do, but their personalities just aren't like that where they would clash with each other.
I mean, already know that majority of these players play well together just because they have in the past.
True.
Yeah, no, and if anything, you got a lot of soft-spoken individuals, but that actually might be a very good thing for this team, just to kind of get their ideas out there clear and calm. All right, now let's go ahead and hear from one of the new members of the squad. You may have seen him a lot in red, but now you better get used to him in blue. Here's Zekin with Elizabeth.
Now, Zekin, you were essentially the face of Sentinels, but here you are in an MIBR jersey, and you're going to be, I'm going to say this to the camera, you're going to be controller on MIBR. Talk to me, what is this new role on this team?
Just playing controller, throwing smokes, trying to support my team, being Aspas's water boy, things like that. Maybe you'll see some duelists too. Just have to wait and see, but it's been a lot of fun so far.
Best of luck.
And yet again, another reason why the pride of New Jersey continues to impress us all. Now, Zekin coming into this one, and also Elizabeth too, both prides of New Jersey. Now, of course, Zekin is coming into this one, as we heard, in the controller role. I cannot help but feel like, Myrna, that this smells a little familiar, like Tens in Sentinels.
Someone else with a Z.
Prominent duelist moving over to a
someone.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. No,
following in footsteps,
but you know what? It worked really well for Tens. He really made a big turnaround in his playstyle to kind of fit for that controller role.
But Zekin wasn't. Like, I don't want to take anything away from Tens because he's incredible.
Yeah.
But Tens, I think, was definitely feeling like, hey, maybe make this switch, this would work out. Zekin didn't really need to. He's still one of the greatest duelists in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say though, role swaps aren't really the end of the world, especially when you have a player like Zekin who seems way more than
it's
willing
more the
to put
player
the work
than it
in.
is the role.
Yeah, exactly. Like, as long as the player is willing to and actually enjoys it and finds some sort of passion with wanting to learn a new role, and it seems like he's ready for that.
I think the thing is too is when you're in that controller role, you are probably going to be in majority of the clutches.
Yeah.
The duelist, you're going in, making space, being picked off first, grabbing those crosshairs. But Zekin, he's going to be that water boy to Aspas, as he said, but also following up, getting those kills, being in those clutch positions on post plants, being able to retake and support his team. So I think he's in a good spot, and I think it makes sense.
It really is impressive, and it is, again, I'm always going to sing the praises of Zekin as a human because he's just a good dude, and it does go to show you when a guy like him who could genuinely have an entire roster built around him, and yet he's here saying, I'm Aspas's water boy. Like, that's the kind of humility he has.
Well, I think the good thing is, too, is he's talking
Even
about
if
that.
it's a
We
joke.
might see double duelists. We might see that. So maybe he's water boy as in Yoru, and they're double duelisting it down, and he's flashing.
I see the connection.
Yeah, he's,
and you know what?
You picking up one from down.
That's actually not a bad call there. It's a great role for him to play, and we'll see how it all works out. But folks, this is it. Let's see what our newly ascended team Envy can do, and let's see what the world beaters in MIBR bring to the table.
Riot Games Arena, give it up for the newly ascended Envy!
Envy, a team built from 5 Radiant rank grinders. The team that grinded all the way throughout Tier 2 to ascend, and with the one-trick Yoru and a wild playstyle, actually showing a couple days ago that they can make it work at the highest level. And there was an unknown coming up with them, how these two subs will kind of fit in, but they made it work and they made it look great. We have Rossi kind of being in the middle of every single fight and getting those trades off, and Kesnet being the firepower that makes the playstyle continue to work.
And don't forget, Kesnet got a whole day to rest.
Exactly.
So if anything, that's going to be a massive plus for this Envy lineup without a doubt.
Yeah, and every player...
E agora os seus adversários, make some noise, façam muito barulho para a volta do MIBR!
And here comes MIBR. are a squad that looks like they could very well dominate the region, Myrna. This is step one in that process to see if that will come true.
For sure, you have these players that come from so much experience in their background, so high skill ceiling in their gameplay. You have players that have been part of that Champs crew. Verno and Ospas, they've been in playoffs, coming out in the lower round, in the round 2 of Champs playoffs. Zekin Champs also, they got grouped, but it's okay because he's back to kind of prove himself. And all these players, they have so much to prove because they've been on this come up. A lot of these players have been the main talk of every roster they've been part of. And these maps, I mean, I think this makes sense. The Envy on Abyss makes sense. We saw that yesterday. Emily, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, no, they're very unpredictable on Abyss.
You're getting hyper over there.
Yeah, sorry. We've seen them kind of make some insane plays, but the only thing that I'm worried about is that now MIBR have witnessed how they play it. They know that they're going to be having that Viper lurk on attack, and they know that how they anchor sites and how they're always kind of ready to play for fights. So I could definitely see them kind of baiting those fights out and punishing that.
Do you think that MIBR, though, they're going to full send it? They're actually going to start running it down, feeling that disrespect? Because honestly, if you have firepower like this, I would tell my team to just hold.
I mean, honestly, that's just fighting fire with fire, and I think that's more of a gamble rather than on the other hand, they could be playing a lot more back and kind of just letting Envy run it down into them.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I'm more on the side of I want to see MIBR really just set up an iron curtain and just not allow their opponents to get any kind of progress. Like, to me, that will, an MIBR that controls the pace of the game that much, to me, that's what I'm looking for from this super team.
I feel like I agree with you guys, but also I'm feeling MIBR might want to set the pace of the game to
potentially,
their
especially
pace.
with Ospas
Exactly, on their defense side,
shut them down early.
Yeah, shut them down early. Being a little more aggressive, taking those mains, proving that they are who they say they are, and who we think.
And I think it's important for Envy here to not give a care about who they're playing on the other side. You cannot look at the names there and put any value in them whatsoever, because if you do, you're going to get bopped. So let's take a look, though, at these agents and see what we have. We got the ISO coming out again here.
The double duelist definitely makes sense. The ISO, the Yoru, they did such a good job extra on that Yoru to set up the rest of his team. And then MIBR with that Cypher on Tex. We've seen him do such a phenomenal job playing that Cypher all of last year. And this makes a lot of sense. Maybe you guys were right, because I'm seeing a KO, I'm seeing an Astra, I'm seeing a Cypher. They're going to take it a lot slower than I thought they were.
All right, folks, this is it. Let's see how these two teams clash. Can the Ascended squad show us what they're made of, or will MIBR show the world that they are beasts? Let's send this over to your casters. Here's Brent and Sideshow for the call.
Yeah, one hell of a matchup that we got here as well. That Path to Pro team in the form of Envy get to really get to cut their teeth essentially against a team of MIBR, this super team that's been brewing in Americas. A real chance for them as well to potentially take a heavy scalp in the form of that team, who hasn't had much scrim time as well, to be completely honest with you, right? MIBR are coming into this season with the highest of expectations, but not exactly the most preparation compared to the rest of the competitors.
No, it's kind of unbelievable. You look at Envy on the other side, and Kesnit has only just arrived here, had some visa issues, but Aspas has been undergoing heart surgery, which was thankfully a phenomenal success, but that has left them without very much time to practice coming into this season. Have only been playing together for the last couple of weeks by the look of things, but the level of quality talent on this MIBR team is so high that the expectations are through the roof.
Just immediately, really. All in your face, tag there from the camp. Going to be holding this one back. Second shot dart as well. That's going to be potentially cancelling out. That is a ton of chip damage. I mean, players are low as anything. Cages to play around, potentially anchored towards the back of the sides, and shots going wild. Texas just rolling retreat all the way back, claiming multiple lives while he's at it. Leaves it just down to Kesnit and popping towards the back. Aspas gearing up. Cerebral player in terms of the way he wants to take these fights, and he's doubled up alongside Mazzino. It's an easy one for him. Popping now left into an impossible spot. Just with that Sheriff looking to see if he can get his way back out, but just caught on the tail end of things here. MIBR off to a strong beginning.
Chip damage was unbelievable there.
That's crazy with the shock darts.
Oh, the shock darts caught a couple of players, and then Texas spamming into smokes, and they'd done about 200, 300 damage before they even saw a player.
And we were talking about the comps really just as they were loading into it, and Josh, you weren't happy with the Cypher, but you're immediately seeing so many ideas put in because of it.
Yeah, I think that I'm looking at the MIBR comp, and it looks like it's been pulled out of 2024.
Right, yeah.
It looks old. It looks like an old school version of what people will be running on Abyss. If anyone was going to be running Cypher in this game, it's not Inspire, it's X. So it does feel a little behind the times, but when you have players like this, maybe they just want to play a really solid fundamental game and allow Envy to crash upon the rocks. And I think MIBR with the Astra and the Cypher do have a lot of opportunity to just stand their ground on sites.
Sure.
I mean, here's the double trip setup, double cage setup.
They're very orchestrated, honestly, and Tech seems to have full awareness of what's going to be happening. Gate crash in your face. Doesn't really matter. Weapons in the hands of these MB players, not enough to really get through any sort of opposition. Tech's just definitive in terms of the way he's holding this one down. Not much in the way of threats here, and a flash overhead. Perfection with the setup.
It's lovely to see Tex get on the board really early on. He's the player that I think a lot of the doubts have focused on. If you are a doubter of MIBR, it would be because Tex last year had a bit of a rough season. We know that he's been phenomenally good before. In 2024, for example, for Leviathan, with Aspas, they were able to get to top 3 of champs. But last year was a wonky season for him. It's great to see him start out on a good footing here. He's got the talent, it's just about getting it out of him.
Tex was running around the map there. It's going to be late setting up over towards A, but luckily MV not looking to go fast.
Oh, it's a deep cam, actually, isn't it? He's pushed all the way up to the spawn barrier so he can get this cam out. Right, deep into A main there. Broken. Gets him a little bit of information, though. They know at least that they're A defaulting. Double smokes in mid. Zekken's going to calm that one out. And starts to pull attention towards the middle of the map. B weakened. Envy actually were doing very little of this defaulting in their game previously on Abyss. They're
sending it, really.
Yeah, they do like to just send it.
Ranked mentality. Mazzino not anticipating that Inspire was going to be up on that line.
I think usually that kind of push would work for Mazzino, but this round, Envy playing it a little more spread.
Dangerous work that. That's 140 still. The shield wasn't intact. Kesnet would have been a goner. Gives him access towards it. Deep push and punished. Yeah, going toe-to-toe against the final boss. What you come to expect here. Verno as well. Quick cleanup over towards mid. Inspire no longer a threat over towards it now. Extra's turn to try and take a fight with a flash, but anti-position played. Big dart in as well. These players are finding it difficult to get through because it's all on board here. MB take a fight forwards. Full aggro and aggression on the same page.
Really nice there from Envy. They recognize that they've got to make a play in that situation. Even with the better weapons, they're down in terms of numbers after taking a couple of scrappy engagements. And it's good to see them all fighting together. It's the exact same map pool as when they played against Evil Geniuses. And I do agree with the Des that by the time we got to the end of the series, Envy were playing pretty well together. But the start of the series, if you think back to Abyss, it was a bit disjointed, in my opinion. And so it's good to see that they've tightened that up a little. I think some of that is just because Kesnet had come fresh off a plane, basically.
Yeah. The nerves as well. I mean, this is the biggest stage that these players have played on.
Yeah.
Even if they do have these chips on their shoulders in terms of wanting to prove themselves, it's...
I think nerves is such an interesting conversation with this team because they... Sometimes it feels like they're powered by spite.
Right, yeah. All confidence, all ego.
And when you play against a team like MIBR, everybody in every press conference is looking forward to playing against this team. Because they're the new hot super team on the block.
Sure.
And if you beat them, like, you're the guys to look at.
G2,
it would just be a massive upset.
G2 breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah, kind of.
They've had the target on their back for the longest time.
Yeah.
Now you've got NRG, MIBR.
But because MIBR are so new as well, I think people just want to play against them.
Yeah.
And certainly Exter said that. Exter was like, if there was one team he wanted to play against, it was against MIBR. The calling in from Poppin is a bit more spread defaulting to go into the pick and doing a lot of 4-1s here with Inspire on the lurk rather than coming with them into the site.
Util being used. Dash proactive here from Aspas. Going to be that down towards his back. Clone forwards as well to absorb up most of that trip and chewing them up still into the cages. It's blind firing from MIBR, and they're going to see if they can wiggle their way out of this ones. Cloudburst on Cloudburst! No way! No. Aspas to playground on the site for a player like him, and he is not done yet. 3-piece in the round. Stunning stuff.
You're allowed to shoot him. You are allowed. Oh, that is slippery from Aspas. How has he gotten away with that? I think it was a blind shot that he took. Yeah, I don't think it was like, there's no assist there from a recon or anything like that. In the highlight, it looks a bit simple for him. But he was slipping inside of his cloudburst, wiggling around that, gets away with it without being punished. Don't ask me how.
One of those players that when he takes the fights, they're just so intelligent in the way that he does it. And he has a lot of outs when he's playing on the jet. It's forced out an early timeout from MV.
I think his movement is spectacular.
Yeah.
You used to, the place that I always think about with Aspas as well is that...
Icebox?
Well, I was going to say split. You could literally name any map maybe.
Yeah.
But pushed up on A, on his split defense, and the way that he takes those op fights and his movement, I don't know. He really is one of a kind, isn't he? Because even the other flashy duelist players that you're thinking about, I mean, if you want to compare him directly to Zekken, who's taken a back seat in this roster, Zekken's a world-class duelist in his own right, but he's a bit more aggressive, selfless, willing to throw his body in there. Aspas is cool, calculated, really precise with everything he does, and plays his life to perfection.
That's why everybody was really, I mean, myself included, quite excited to see them play together.
I think it's a perfect duo.
Yeah.
And I'd love to see whether, you know, how many maps in the pool is Zekken actually going to be playing duelist on? He hinted at it with that interview with Liz right before this. And that would push Mazzino presumably onto being the main smokes player, so that might be somewhere where the roles are getting rotated.
A weaker buy for MV. So, other side of the timeout. This won't be the round to really pay attention to in terms of adjustments, but MIBR seem to be ahead of it, reading that there could be some mid-exploration.
Yeah, info trip in mid, so that even when these 3 MIBR players decide to leave, they have a bit of info there. As we go into the next round, though, Kesnit's ultimate could end up being a real key thing for Envy to get back into this game.
Sure.
And this is where not having a Yoru, not having that clone, could end up being a bit tough for MIBR.
Second, just trying to play his life here in a spot like that.
I thought he got the body block.
Yeah, almost. He was trying to go for it, I think. Might not have even given over a rifle. Quick adjustment, not on the target, not quite. Mazzino off onto the flank as well. It's good movement by Inspire as well, not making it an easy fight to be taken off onto the flank.
I think he did give over that Phantom because Exeter's got one.
Right, there you go.
Don't think he brought it into the round.
Exeter spotted out. Still holding it back and just not quite anticipating that the players are going to be that close forwards again as retake is full throttle now. MIBR running away with it.
Yeah, that's a weaker buy round for Envy, but very cleanly dealt with even after Zekken falls. That's a position that we've seen a couple of people playing in that. Astra, I think it was Vic potentially playing in that spot, where you throw the cliff smoke and then you can tuck yourself inside of it.
Yeah, if you don't guarantee to kill, you might guarantee the body block.
Yeah.
Send them straight into the depths.
So this next round, though, eyes on Kesnit. Because he can pop his shield, pop his ultimate, and try to drag somebody away. And I think Tex would be the primary target. If they can find the site that the Cypher's playing on. And normally these defensive teams, a lot of people are playing Yoru on this map. And so Yoru clone is something that you can use to put a lot of pressure back onto the ISO. Here, you don't have much.
There's 2 players tagged by the knife, so maybe I'll get a bit of information that it's not the full spread of players.
Grabbing Aspas wouldn't be half bad as well.
Yeah,
take the guy with the op in there.
The operator. I mean, I'd be scared. It doesn't matter. I mean, listen, it doesn't matter what gun he's got. He could have a toenail clippers, and I'd be scared if I was pulled into a 1v1 with him.
I mean, Kesnit's no slouch, though.
Yeah, that's true.
And Kesnit's played against him many, many times, too.
It's real quiet here from Envy. We're hitting that minute mark.
Has been much slower pace from Envy today.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's respect on MIBR or a specific game plan that they think will work for them.
And that's going to be all in. The Sphere is going off on the other side of things here. Verno's just trying to put a stop to it. This is
there goes the ISO ult. Nobody found.
Yeah.
It cleared heaven, but nobody scales off it either. That's a bit of a miss there from Envy. They didn't use the Sova utility to like confirm that there was a player for Kesnit to grab. He just sent it.
Maybe I'm going to be grouping up. Still looking to see if they can get the troops in line, in order.
And Poppin's ult should be good for the post plan.
That's what I'm saying. There's time pressure here that Envy could play for, just the threat of that Sova ult. You've got to get a bit of a move on if you're MIBR moving forwards now, but he's going to use it proactively as that retake starts to come online. Yeah, Poppin's just going to be sending it. Good damage. Clears the way, and this is a backstab approaching. Inspire, sneaky business. All the way behind them, just spotted out at the final few moments, tapping away, and there it is, anticipating that re-peek. Aspas going to be looking to get away with this operator in his hands, but he's being chased. Inspire wanting to take the duel versus him. Ready as anything, though.
Yeah, he only had about 46 HP, so one shot with the Sheriff.
Yeah.
And Aspas even managing to keep the op there at the end of the round 2, takes down Kesnet, who was hunting him in spawn. So, operator saved. Economy still good for MIBR here. And even though Envy take the round, it was costly for them. I don't think they'll mind, though. Investing the ISO ult and the Sova ult into that one is fair game, and now Exton can continue some of that momentum. I think one of the things that I really like about Envy's composition is how many big ultimates you have to win rounds. Something that MIBR don't have as much of.
No, not playing
Do
this
they need
more
it?
standard comps. Yeah, that's a question, right? We'll see. They can keep this rolling, though.
It's quite an off-site setup over here towards B. Once the Yoru ult comes through, I don't think Tex and Verno will be able to hold the ground.
Yeah, just off-site. Probably because of the dimensional drift.
Yeah.
You don't want to be caught out into the open. Pit's going to be dropped and layered on top of this one. A bit of spam into the smoke goes either way. These drones, but this is fast and loose now. MVR grouped up.
They haven't got plant down.
No, not yet. There's pressure mounting all over the place here. That's spike drop down. Verno just weaving in and out, using the cover of their own pit just to be a menace here. Play the rest of the team in. Tex lights them up. 2 kills for him. And all that pressure. Envy still no plant down. 2 players. Rossi and Inspire wondering, what can they do in a spot like this? There is that flank pressure.
Aspas has been watching it. Aspas has been watching it for the last 15 seconds.
The whole time, but he's just turning away. And that is timing. There's 2 players at the backs here. This is a massive play. Ready and waiting. Rossi activates, but Aspas right there to return that fire.
Can Inspire make use of this opportunity?
Nice popped off. This is going to be fast now. Just attempting to punish Aspas in your face. Not much you can do in a spot like that. 5-2.
He makes up for it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Aspas, just for a moment there, got timing. I mean, what was there, 2 seconds in it where he looks over towards spawn instead of holding B-Link?
Tiniest of timings.
But he does make up for letting Verno and Zekin die.
Wow, no, the craziest time happened, guys. Yeah. Craziest time.
We saw, bro. That's knocked Envy down onto an eco, though. And that's now 2 for 2 in rounds that I've seen them on the attack side, where they invest the Viper onto B and they lose. Same happened with the game against EG.
Yeah, it's getting a bit dire for Envy. You would have hoped that they were able to convert some of those rounds with the amount of ults they threw into it. And we could buy once more. Zekin's going to be the anchor player, though, towards the back of the site. Verno looking to assist with potential dart. Vulnerable up with that snake bite. It's going to be sharp shooting on order. Zekin as low as anything, though. Just had to tank that snake bite just to not stand out into the open. Blind! Oh my goodness! Help arrives. Verno and Mazzino. Stars of the show in a round like that.
Zekin just has to sit there.
He's essentially bait.
He is. He's just bait. Absorbs a snake bite, absorbs the drone pressure, and allows Mazzino and Verno to get played in.
Nice! Bro, they're so worried about me.
Yeah. He's a lightning rod.
There are many, many threats on this roster that you have to worry about. And I mean, Zekin's at the bottom of the scoreboard, 2 and 5. Does it matter? Not at the moment. MIBR is 6-2 up.
He's one of those players that understands that as long as you're winning.
Yeah, I don't think... kind of rare to have somebody so talented who is previously a superstar duelist without too much of that ego.
Yeah.
Really happy to take a backseat on a roster as stacked as this.
TP towards the top section of mid, so they have to use the drone here. Verno just getting that mid-run info, ensuring that it's clear. Posting Aspas potentially back up. It's a precarious fight to take. Might just spot it.
Yeah, continuing to apply that pressure.
Way out into the open. Yep.
Really good awareness from Aspas, clearing all of those angles. But yeah, Inspire's been activating a little earlier than the people on the other side. Is this a fake? Are they going to end up going back over towards B? It does feel spread and slow for Envy, but I'm not sure they're accomplishing too much with this early round pressure.
That's floundering, really.
Yeah, he's not looking to take that one, I don't think.
Holding it down. Calm nerve just spots it. Glimpse of a body, and the shoulder's all he needs. Aspas gearing up for that one. Another fight to be taken up, drafting away. What is that movement?
It's so
God
good.
Damn. Just out of there. Able to be caught, and well, it's a bullet to the chest there. Texas happy to clean up the rest of it though, so an instantaneous trade, and the ult barely not able to get out there. Rossi happy to take that fight again as an individual. 2v3, good shots. Lighting them up, best chance in a long while for Envy. Deciding how they want to take the rest of this.
I know, a little worried about getting into that smoke.
Up the ropes, what is occurring here? Down to the 1v1. Rossi versus Zekken.
Smoke v smoke.
Repositioning. Stars available for Zekken to work with. Ult on top of it as well if he really wanted to make the play happen, but just the star consumed, drops down, forcing the issue. Jumping around. You would have heard that Rossi has jumped down here, but yeah, time running too short. What a round by Rossi.
There were some amazing shots in there. That is a really special round from Rossi. Great trade out as well. Playing off the back of Extra as they doubled up into ropes. Take a look at this one again. The little hop-up kill onto Aspas was nice. The one before that, really impressive too. Envy need rounds like this. That's only their third so far. Normally on the attack sides, when you've seen them in the past, in Ascension, for example, they're snowballing, destroying teams, bulldozing over them on the attack. This one's been a bit more patient, calculated. But they'd like at least to get, I think, Kesnit's ult online here and get some more value out of that. Last time it just swing and a miss.
Yeah, MIBR were entirely off-site, playing around the ultimates.
I think you've got to be worried about both of these ult orbs, though. When Aspas is feeling confident enough to push up and play aggressive angles, you saw him in the previous round, how he pushed into that A main space. Poppin's holding onto his drone, though. Not a tool that they had to work with in round 9. So they can drone in here, allow Kesnit to get a much freer orb. Oh, they just use the wall.
Yeah, use the wall to try and get up as much as they possibly can. That blind catches everyone, but crucially, no sound cues.
Are they not going to go for the ISO ult?
No panicking. I think just the drone tags, the ISO ult might follow up, but Mazzino. So no command popped off here. That means no utility, no ultimates can be used to try and bail them all the way out. Damage done. Drop down, though, to the floor. Mazzino is going to be given up for the cause. Aspas going to be playing his life, trying to regroup with the rest of his team.
Oh, Kesnit got a knock, but he didn't get the ult orb because Mazzino's still technically alive.
Right. As Mazzino falls, so that's it. That's an ult online, which he can now use immediately at that. So that's Heaven cleared. Poppin taking the space off of it. 1v1 to be taken. Kesnit can't win it out. It's Zekken and Verno winning their individual ones towards it, and it leaves it in the hands of Rossi. But too much to deal with. Overwhelmed from every angle.
It feels comfortable here for MIBR. There should be a lot of threats, but I guess when you're winning your 1v1s at such a decent level, I don't think there was very much threat in that exec though either. Inspire's cleared up fairly easy. They've come in with a really clear game plan of trying to get Inspire activated on these mid-lurks, but at this point I think it's quite readable. And they haven't been getting the most value out of the ultimates in general, to be honest with you. 7-3 though. Chances to recover the half, but I think best case scenario here would be an 8-4 for Envy, because the weaponry is looking real bad right now.
This round might be, like you said, a bit of a throwaway. Not going to be playing like it, though. Team flash again. Big connection. Big group up. That's a knife. The tag's onto 4, so a lot of information going to be gathered. Mazzino stalling them out and slowing them down with a nade dropped at their feet.
I think Exeter wants to be playing for the orb here, so that you get a death and you have it online for the next, but I don't know whether anyone's even taken it.
No, not really thinking about it, but that's the 2 waves of the util. Moving past and away. Mazzino just dominating the angle in the smoke, underhanded with the flash. Inspire anti was played, and he does connect that shot!
All right.
Okay, blind fire into that smoke. Really making it nice and awkward for them. Verno feeling like he has to offload this Hunter's Fury just to buy a bit of time here towards the back of the site. No connections. A lot of players weak there. Could have been big and wrapping around all the way. Aspas. Oh, he's like Bates almost. What is occurring here with a game of timing? No, wait! Whips out a sidearm, and this is individualistic at its core. Envy finding it hard-pressed to get anything done, though, in a spot like that.
No, what is going on over there at Spawn?
Just craziness.
I mean, Texas got his back to Inspire the entire time, not realizing that Aspas is getting pushed. And Aspas is like, fine, I'll do it myself, I guess. And that's silly to begin with, but this brawl that happened in Spawn was, huh? No, man, no. There's no way. Again, it's the movement, actually, more than the aim that wins it for Aspas. But the aim's not bad. He's 13-3.
It's not missing.
No.
Round 12. Last chance and a half.
And they're not up to their ults.
No.
I want to see Envy prioritize getting those on board, because that is a huge win condition for them on the attack side. Exeter could have his already.
Quite aggro here from MIBR. More so than they've done in the past. That shield, not even broken, I think. Kesnet can still just run this one down. But
how is he not punished there, Aspas, again?
Yeah. Clone's going to be broken.
Right.
Nade stores him out.
Ult up collected, though.
Yeah, and here it is. Popped off. Dimensional drift forwards. Clearing the way for the rest of his team to follow up and through. Envy look to take this one. Thoroughly spotting out 2 players out towards it as the drift fades away. Oh my god, Mazzino! Just on it, man. Rest of the players also falling shortly afterwards. Rossi towards heaven has got to get something done, but again, these fights are just awkward in terms of the manner that they're taking them. Mazzino is the one to steal the show in a round like this. Inspire. No bullets, no problem.
They're finding themselves in some silly situations here towards the end of the half, but in terms of how the rounds have gone in general, it is clean stuff. Very easy going. To be honest, fairly reminiscent of the way that NRG were destroying Cloud9 early on in these matches today.
It very much feels like that tier gap, to be honest.
The call is God, but you know, we'll get him next time. It's okay.
Just domination. 9-3 here for MIBR leading. We'll see what happens on the next half. MIBR really showcasing that tier differential.
Yeah,
a bit like that, to be honest.
Yeah, get him.
Yeah, a bit like that.
Get him.
All the aggression in the world couldn't really help Envy towards the end of that half. This iron wall that was pulled up, MIBR holding their ground. Didn't matter really the scenario that they were playing in, because perfectly happy to swat down the individual plays.
Yeah. I mean, if you just think about round 12, double pushed into spawn there, Envy, and had a player pushed in heaven, and all 3 of those players died without getting a kill. And you expect, if you're going to take chances like that, some of them to pay off. And I think that this is just an example of what happens when a team is ready for your shenanigans and also has the skill to be able to shut you down completely. I mean, the KDs are completely in opposite directions here between these 2 teams, as you would expect for a 9-3 game. As we head back into it, though, interesting to see that Aspas has got regen shield and a ghost here. So
investment.
Yeah, Mazzino taking the L, dropping the ghost to his teammate. And Aspas has been set up as the raid boss, the final boss.
It's going to be suppression across the board here with a shot dance. A fight taken. Envy find a time for but a moment. A few seconds off, but now maybe potentially overextending when Verno is left to punish. It's damage done. You got 2 for the troubles. Poppin trying to go for that orb as well, but he's going to be sandwich squeezed now. Tex approaching alongside Zekken. Cautiously at that, looking for the clearance, but yeah, shot from behind. It's Rossi willing to help out.
They don't know where Poppin is.
No.
So Zekken still has to clear all of these angles, and a high-low looks nice.
It really does. Yeah, they're going to be ready for this fight to be taken. Envy, pistol round win.
And good to see Poppin being able to win those duels where he really needs to. He was very critical about his, I mean, he was joking about it too, but he talked about how in that game against Evil Geniuses, they were basically playing 4v5. He did all right in map 2.
Bro's falling for the fake reload 2026. Shamla.
So Envy full buy up into this one. Extra going for a Marshall. Full shields though. Double Spectre, double Bulldog. Respect on MIBR, looking to put that 5th round on the board.
Yeah, a lot of emphasis shown by Envy. They want to hold down A main control. Instantly breaking that cam. Knife towards the top though, Envy. You see Egster. Still wants to be confident enough to take some of these fights.
I like the way that Inspire was playing around his anchoring setups with the Viper on this map too. He had some highlight rounds last we saw. Should be a bit difficult for MIBR to get through.
A lot of jump spots. Yeah, and Envy potentially on that more comfortable territory now that the sides are swapped around, like you said. Anchor setups.
Yeah, it's a bit strange, honestly, but I think I'm inclined to agree. Usually, I think of Envy as being that attack-sided team that's...
And also, I mean, the comp they're playing too, with the ults and the generation of it. But, yeah, willing to take and fight some control towards A main again. This is going to be squaring up. MIBR again, they don't have weaponry, armor, anything like that. Not even too much util to overhead with the flash. Pop in, he's a high ground perch there. Kesnit! Oh my! Just shreds them to pieces, Stinger in hand.
It's a good one for the stats.
Yeah, it is.
And also for building up the ultimate.
The ultimate.
Which could be a game changer. Especially as we're looking forward to a bonus round. Don't think he'll have it online though. Still 3 away.
10
Verno,
seconds left.
I think, I mean, is he... he surely should just be jumping off the
off?
map at this
Yeah,
point, but
I mean,
I don't know, he's going for something. Where's he off to? He just wants the plant money?
Trying to get the plant money. Is he even going to be able to get there in time?
Yeah, he does, just, but he looks Inspire dead in the eyes.
Okay.
And feeds over an ult. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, so no major ultimate's going to be online for this bonus for Envy. But we'll see if they can put something together. Again, these anchor setups from Inspire, I think, are genuinely going to be difficult for MIBR to get through. But I guess the question is he even going to be tested? Because I think you're expecting Inspire to be set up on B 9 times out of 10.
Envy still similar game plans as before. They've been actively trying to fight over certain areas of the map, even on their defense.
Here.
Always applying pressure. Moving that cam. Puts a big question mark in the minds of MIBR, wondering where they could exactly be laying. Big group up. Orbs to be farmed.
Right here.
No real intention, though, of committing to a hit with the spike drop down.
Now, they may need to go and reclaim mid at this point, too, because you know that they've pushed down and pushed Tex out of that spot, broken the camera. You're worried a little bit about them controlling this B connector, which is much more available to the defenders now. They're second guessing what they're going for.
I mean, maybe because Zekken was spotted by the drone?
Yeah, or maybe just because the drone came out. Just giving a little bit of indication that they're into a default. Now, you do actually have a good timing to go and hit A pretty quickly. Tex has kept all of that space for them.
It's all been quiet. Slow going, not wanting to give anything away.
What's the timing on this gate crash for Egster? Is he going to be able to get one and get
30
out?
seconds left.
Not too sure.
Oh, it's just expired.
Just expired as they go for the hit. Perfect timing at it. Tries to dominate again that choke point angle. Fights taken Rossi. Significant damage. Kills found. Is laving it into a 3v3. Deep push by Aspas. A bit unorthodox from a player like him. He's alone going at it, but he does have that dash to see if he can get out. But still eager to lay claim to their lives. Inspire's got to do it now with a Stinger. Could potentially acquire that upgrade with the Bulldog, but very difficult situation. Smoke's in your face. You know the backside's compromised and time ticking away from you. Everything watched for, so MIBR will find themselves up to 10.
Aspas showcasing some of that incredible talent that he's got in terms of his aim there. He's a beautiful player to watch when he's taking fights like that. Very clean, A couple of bullets, and Kesnet and Poppin hit the deck. 16-5.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, clean as anything, really.
Yeah, it's very controlled. I mean, the timing he caught onto Kesnet as well. Kesnet was not thinking about it right as the smoke dissipated.
Oh, big pings up towards mid here. MIBR potentially going into a bit of a B split.
Poppin greeding for the orb instantly off the back of a recon in A main.
Risky business. No one was home, though, to see if they can punish. There's a one-way in your face, which will slow down MIBR for a moment. But they've been showcasing perfectly willing to play a patient game. Almost every single round, essentially, has been slow going.
Kesnet could be in a position to receive this aggression on the B split. I'm not sure what the timing of Aspas, Tex, and Mazzino is going to be, but I would assume they're going to be earlier than the B main players.
Page comes up as an ult as well to try and play for this one. Dart towards the back, and Kesnet's just going to try and stay alive. Tags potentially there. Shield up. Kesnet just trying to square up. Will find it. Can't get the second, but Inspire! More than ready. Plays it off perfectly, and Egster Bucky. Verno shuts it down still. Spam onto the angles. We know what's up. Inspire is on one in a round like this. Spike was dropped down. Poppin actually trying to find his place as well onto the map. This is Zekken surrounded.
30 seconds.
1v3 right from behind. It's clinical stuff. Poppin is able to seal it up. MV trailing by 4 rounds here. They've been able to find, you know, these little footholds here and there throughout this map so far.
Yeah, I think on the defense side, though, they're actually looking like they've got some better opportunities to stand toe-to-toe with MIBR.
Yeah.
Nice! Let's go!
I think Poppin's read in this round, actually, could end up being a key thing to look at for the rest of the game. He was able to push out and take this A space instantly within the first, I don't know, 3 seconds of the round. He just threw out a recon, grabbed the orb, and was on the flank real fast.
MIBR grouped up. Shield has popped off before that knife. You get a suppression going. Kesnet trying to square up. He's desperate for them to peek.
He wants value out of his shield.
Yeah, well, that's going to be fading.
He could have potentially just sent the ultimate in there as well, so that you guarantee some value out of the shield. But maybe doesn't want to invest it on this round when he knows that MIBR are going to be on a lighter buy. Aspas also with a hero vandal makes this round feel a lot less like a light buy for MIBR. And he's still got a Bladestorm in his back pocket for the next. I say that. He would have to get a kill, but odds on.
Yeah, odds on. Aspas is probably going to be good for it, right? It's all slow for now. Envy were grouped up in mid for a little bit, just from the pressure that Tex was creating. Cleaned him up. 45 seconds left. What is the call to be made? Feels like the objective is a little bit lost here.
Well, good timing now. After the defensive drone comes through, look at him. Starting to rotate these defensive players away because the drone didn't see anything in A main, and now this is the timing for the attackers to take into the A side.
30 seconds left.
The onus going to be on Poppin. Just wants to play his life in a position like this here. There's going to be drone tags up into the smoke. We'll have to respect that. He's on 45 HP. Allies arriving onto it. Kesnet has an ult that he could offload here. Suppression. Vulnerable up onto multiple targets again. That plant does still need to go down. The time pressure mounting upon MIBR. Gonna need to see if they can really deliver something here, but Kesnet just overloads it again. Another ultimate denying that plant. No one's got onto this one. MB start to flood their way in. They've already won the road. They got the plant down in the middle of all of that somehow. Towards the back, Mazzino! Mazzino! No way. 4 kills, 1 more for the ace. Inspire gradually moving towards him. Inspire though creates the opportunity and now brings it into that 1v1. Snatch it back. Should have been an impossibility. Guessing as to where Zekken could be. To pull by Zekken a bit of time, and the turn is a half clearance onto the corner. Thrifty win for MIBR. That is worst case scenario for Envy. They invested a lot into that round.
Mazzino is a miracle worker here. The first player gets denied by the Hunter's Fury. Second player gets grabbed by Kesnet's ultimate, and Mazzino plants, kills 2 with a stinger in heaven, kills 2 with a stinger at spawn. What on earth?
Because that shield up too.
No, that's an unbelievable round from Mazzino. That should never be happening. You won't see anything like that for the rest of the season.
That's insanity.
With a stinger, man.
Yeah.
And he only had 5 seconds to be able to get the plant too. He had to stick it.
I didn't think he was on it. The UI was just tripping.
Yeah, well,
I
there was a lot of pressure on the
chaos
planter.
of it, yeah, I can't believe they managed to somehow win that one. Envy are also going to be asking themselves the same question. Take timeout for it.
5-round deficit, but Envy can still buy. I think the biggest problem is that all of those ultimates have disappeared now, like you were saying, Brent. It was super expensive. Had they won the round, you might be feeling all right about it, but it was still an anti-eco.
Yeah.
So either way, that was looking a little rough, and Mazzino's just put the cherry on the cake. Unbelievable. And now Mazzino even with the ultimate as well, so he's the danger player once more. Null Command is really nice for being able to open up these avenues into sites.
Yeah.
Especially actually against the Viper, weirdly enough, because you just neutralize the ability for Inspire to play inside of his smokes.
A chance to speed up here for MIBR, but the slow gameplay has just been working out.
It has.
They haven't had a reason to change it up.
I think Verno's been really good at calling around Poppin's utility. The Sova meta game, trying to find those timings past the defensive drones, has been great.
There's no command. It's going to be Mazzino who leads the charge there. He's going to be dropped down to his knees. Potential for the resurrect as well. Updraft and a dash. Aspas is getting involved and getting in there still. Good movement, yeah. Rossi making it nice and awkward and Poppin holding down a choke point. 2 players removed. The near side is perfect. And Envy, blink of an eye. Steal away around. Up to 7 now for them.
Very confident playing that flood defense style. Tempo increase and Envy are all over it. Look at this in the replay. Poppin getting onto an aggressive position. Plays in the rest of the squad. Kesnit, Rossi.
Hey, let's go, baby!
Flooding back in and Poppin will be feeling great about that one. It's a weird buy now. MIBR got their loss bonus reset because they were able to win that round. Aspas, though, with Bladestorm and a couple of rifles, it still feels almost like a full buy.
Making it feel like it's just text too. Cage and a cam. Doubled up to take a main, but everybody waiting to leap into the fray. You can see him straight in. No one's home. No one anchoring. Shield up and popped. Bit of spam onto the corner. Dart. Dangerous. Tricky spotted situation, especially with that one. The suppression and the vulnerable is a flood retake attempt already going in. Spike's not even down in a spot like this, but bide your time. Roll it back a little bit. MIBR just absorb that aggression.
It's a lot of patience from MIBR not going for a plant in that situation.
They are hyper-disciplined.
And now, look at what that's done to the defenders. They have no idea what's going on right now. They are lost. They're looking to re-clear over towards mid as the re-hit comes through.
Yeah, MIBR have just been doing a fantastic job of controlling the pace. Not getting sucked into the Envy high-tempo playstyle.
But Mazzino's still got to get this spike in the ground, and now Envy know where it's ending.
Bullets raining down on your heads. Danger lurking every corner.
They go for the tap and the
Through
push.
heaven, there's a flank occurring too. It's a tap and a push, like you said. All the way towards backside, planting, ensuring that it could be cleared. Getting themselves an extension into the round here. Now a fight to be taken forward. They hear all this noise. Kesnit potentially just looking to see if he can lock this one up. Mazzino's found Rossi. Onto the flank. That was one possibility. Aspas and Mazzino. In a spot like that, take back control of the round. MIBR so good at just slowing it down.
And these players are so good too. Mazzino's hyper aware. He clears Rossi on the flank here. And then is still good for winning the extra duel towards Inspire at the end.
Nice, boys.
Mazzino's a big reason why this is considered a super team by many. He is one of our America's MVPs at the end of, I think it was the 2024 season. He was spectacular that year.
Yeah. Heavy stack of MV. This is all in, a bit of a gamble at that. Crouched up, Mazzino's ready. Trader's there in sight, and even though it's popped off, Vulnerable still through. MIBR sidestepping, dancing around our Hunter's Fury. And just like that, Poppin left reeling, wondering how the hell do I win this? Position's already accounted for. Knife out. See you later. Good night. 13-7 for our opening map in this one. MIBR showing up.
Great opening map for a team with high expectations, a lot of pressure on their shoulders, but a very, very talented roster. If this is what they look like with only a couple weeks of practice, then we're in for a treat across the whole of the Americas season, but there's more of this to be played. They're going to go into their own map pick next of Corrode. And we don't know what the comps are going to look like. We don't know what the roles maybe are even going to look like. I would love to see some double duelist on Corrode or Bind or wherever it happens.
Because that was a very slow affair, wasn't it?
It was,
on Abyss. Yeah. Cautious MIBR just making sure that they could take control of the pace at every point in time in these rounds. But Corrode coming up gives opportunities to, like you said, play the double duelist, maybe get a bit more explosive with it. We'll see. Don't go anywhere, you know, you don't want to miss it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oi pessoal, eu sou o Aspas, o Final Boss, e esse é o meu time, o MIBR. Primeiro, o Verno, ele é o nosso iniciador IGL e ele tem sempre a call certa pro momento. Segundo, o Mazino, ele é o flex, qualquer coisa que você precisa ele consegue fazer e ele faz tudo com excelência. Terceiro, o Zekken, ele joga de controlador, ele é muito bom, eu queria jogar com ele e agora a gente vai jogar junto e eu tô muito animado pra isso. Por último, o Tex, ele é o sentinela e ele é o cara mais engraçado que eu já conheci, então ele tá sempre mantendo o time animado e rindo.
Here with the coach of MIBR, Fraud now. Nicely done, stealing their map pick away. I think there are a lot of questions about your map pick of Corrode and what the roles are going to shake out to be. Will we see that double duelist? So can we give any hint, and for our analyst desk, as to what the roles will be on your map pick?
I mean, we'll just have to wait and see. But ultimately, I think as a team, we're going to try our best to be very diverse and just try different things. So you never know what you're going to see. But, you know, we're very happy with just everyone's flexibility and ability to play whatever we feel like we need to play at the moment. So, yeah.
Jet Roulette, got it. Best of luck.
Come on, Fraud. Give us something, a little morsel of goodness, please. But of course, so if you're an MIBR fan, you are very happy with how things have gone, especially after map 1. A strong showing, 13-7 there, Athena. And really, what we were seeing right out of the gate was exactly what myself and Emily actually were really looking to see from this team, which was a stalwart defense, and that is exactly what we got.
For sure. We saw a lot of these different setups, a lot of these really good reactions. So this round, for example, they had that Viper pit on site and they were able to just fast flood right into it. And then they knew that this was going to be an anti-eco, got a little bit close, but it didn't matter because again, these retakes going in together, their defense setups just made a lot of sense. They did a lot of those default setups. They had a lot of those 4-1s, the 3-2s with the aggressive op on the other side. And just overall, it looked like their playbook was super deep. Arguably, for me, probably one of the best defense playbooks we've seen, the most thought out defense setups that we've seen so far in Kickoff.
No, I completely agree. To add on to your point, though, I think they also did their homework because the way that they were playing it is similar to how Loud was playing it, playing back, not really giving those kills and those lives to Envy to kind of work off of, right? And that made them uncomfortable. You saw in that Viper all round that you picked out is that they got antsy. They started peeking out when they didn't really have to. They don't know what to do in those situations where it is a 5-on-5 retake.
Yeah, and it just looks like MIBR has that read, like you said, every single time. They're able to retake together. They have the set util that they're trying to play off of. And then, of course, that all boils down to IGL, Verno being able to call out a lot of those timings. And he did a phenomenal job at it, as well as keeping up the frags.
And I also do want to say as well, like, let's not forget, this Envy squad is coming into this one with the, 2 subs that they're needing to integrate into their system. Yes, they're very good players and they can pop off when they need to. But this is a tale of 2 different teams here and what they're experiencing right now. And of course, you have to keep in mind that when you have massive rounds that could potentially shut down any comeback. I mean, Emily, it's like this round 17 thrifty, and more importantly, it just was the pin on the game, right? The final pin on the game.
Yeah, and they played it so well. Like, even having all this utility thrown at them, the fact that they were able to kind of come back into the round, get this plant down so very late into it, even after getting ISO ulted.
I mean, granted, Mizuno had like an insane round with the 4K, just sitting in that corner, getting that first kill and continuing to kind of hold it down. And then again, earlier we talked about Zekin being in those clutch positions, being left in that 1v1 was just perfect. But yeah, Mizuno.
My stinger doesn't do that. I wish it did. Mine doesn't.
And that's the reason why they're talking about Mizuno being on this team. That guy can get activated at any point in time and can absolutely dominate the game.
Every single player is a star player on this team.
That's the point of the roster.
Oh, really? Is it?
These 2 are going to fight. Let's actually send it over to Coach Stunner and hear what he has to say ahead of map 2.
Here, the coach of Envy, Stunner. Now, it's a rough loss map, a rough loss on your map pick. There we go, we got it. Something I want to ask you is the adjustments that we were going to make for map 2. It seemed like you were slowly getting there on the second half of the map, but just couldn't quite get there. So what have you told your team back there to do for map 2?
I mean, it's the Envy Classic, lose first map, win the next 2. We're joking around, making it more lighthearted. I think these guys played a little bit too slow for my liking, and I think we played a little bit into MIBR's playstyle, but we'll fix it for the next map.
All right, well, best of luck.
So you heard there, right? Played a little bit too much into MIBR's playstyle. That I most definitely can agree with there.
So technically I was right. They did make them play to their playstyle. It's just it wasn't as aggressive.
Okay, you're always just like, analysts always looking to be right. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It's like it's my job.
I know, right? Okay, now let's talk about Corrode here. This is going to be the second map. Emily, what should we be expecting? What are you looking for from MIBR?
From MIBR, I'm looking to see how they react to Envy's fast reactions because that's one thing that really brought Corrode to get that win, or brought the win for Envy.
Versus Crew, right?
Yeah, versus Crew, because the rotations they had, having that Yoru being a quick rotate in, the group fights that they had specifically on sites, it was something straight out of a ranked game. Like, I think all this decision making and this fast thinking is because they have all grinded rank so much. And it sounds silly because, yeah, at the end of the day, rank whatever. But I do think all those reps of having to kind of come up with something on the spot and not be stuck in stuck in the playbook and the strat that was already pre-planned, it's great.
I think a big chunk of that too is Poppin and having that coaching staff to kind of let you be super creative in the server and being able to listen to each other. Like you said, there's a lot that comes in from ranked, but also playing on this team dynamic like having those two subs, sometimes it's a little bit hard to have them be on the same page. So you really need to step up in terms of that communication, in terms of that IGLing.
And I think they're doing that excellently because they are bouncing off of each other so well. Like, I feel like there's never a time where everyone's kind of just sitting still. They're always constantly moving around, especially on this map. There's a lot of moving pieces, but it works out for them. That's kind of their bread and butter, is being quick thinking, being fast.
Yeah, but I think for MIBR, I mean, they just know how to shut down NV strats. They know how to shut down the protocols. Even when they're down in numbers, they always come up with a way to come back into it. I think the biggest counter here for Envy, when they're looking at how they're going to defeat MIBR, is kind of figuring out where their weaker side is.
Where's the gap in the setup that you can potentially sneak into?
They had that jet towards A site with the Cypher, just doing kind of like a retake setup that's pretty obvious.
But I think more importantly, though, it's about almost forcing that mistake too, right? Forcing that gap, right?
100%.
Wouldn't you say so? But all right, folks, well, listen, there's a lot we could talk about here in this series, and we will. But for now, though, Brandon Sideshow are going to catch you guys on the other side after this. Let's see if we can get a map 3 from Envy.
Straight back into it then. Corrode is on the cards between these two teams. MIBR showcasing that they were not going to be pulled into that fast tempo, the aggression, that ranked playstyle almost that Envy have just been forged into. You know, there's a lot of interesting little flavors I think you can add to a match like this too. The fact that you have this team that is path to pro, they've made it all the way and now getting a chance to really go toe-to-toe with some of the best in the world. But also the fact that, you know, you've got this extra element, right? You've got Kesnet playing against Mazzino. Yeah. Two Chilean players who, you know, we got Santiago coming up, right, in Chile. So that's really Masters 1.
Yeah, and they're players that have played together plenty before. Players that have played against each other, as you're seeing right now as well. And both of them, I mean, Kesnet especially was saying he's like particularly excited that Santiago is on the horizon. If Envy were able to get there, that would be astonishingly good. Yeah. Completing the path to pro, and then at that point, you're almost Royal Roading it, like going all the way through to the global tournament. MIBR, though, are expected to make it. That's the difference in expectations for this team. And it is Zekken on Omen. I'm a little disappointed, I must be honest. I was hoping to see the Yoru Waylay come out for this map.
I'm with you.
It's fine, it's a good comp.
It is a good comp, yeah.
I got no problems.
Was hoping to see it though. Listen, part of the reason why I was so excited for this MIBR team to be formed, but Envy are going to be running it, so it gives them those options to slow it down in the right places, also speed up where necessary.
And I think based on the style that MIBR were wanting to run on Abyss, playing double controller like this and playing around the info game and just setting up Aspas on these good opportunities to be able to, you know, get in deep on the attack side, but then also recall out and play to trade on the defense, put an op in his hands. Like it's NRG, isn't it? It's that kind of style.
Yeah,
it's
for
the
sure.
style that MIBR played at Champs as well with Aspas on the Waylay. It just works for them.
As we head in here, timer ticking down for Corrode. I also want to see Envy, I think, learn from some of the mistakes in that EG matchup. Took them a while to get all the pieces working together, clicking, I think, as well. Big stage, maybe just kind of looming at the back of their minds, but yeah.
This was one of the maps, though, where I think they looked good.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, the Des was talking about it. They increased the tempo a little bit. They had good, fast reactions to what was going on, and they were getting Kesnet a bit more into the game.
Let's get into it. Map 2. Again, par for the course, MIBR. Nothing flashy, nothing fast. Gonna take as much space for free as they possibly can just by walking up slowly. Knife against the back, but now you see it double dash forwards as well. Good clearance towards a level of it. Exter announces himself, taking down the final boss. Flash and a refight called for. Envy are just eager to get stuck into the mud with this one. And it could get muddy at that. The blind on his side is picture perfect again. That Seas connects. Tex gets 3. The double swing towards the end. There's a tempering, controlling of the pace that we were talking about. MIBR do it again, but they leave it into a 1v2 for Inspire. Double walking, he's holding the angle, anticipating it all to come to him.
That is a great read from Inspire. Pop off towards the end of the round, well deserved too. Smart play. Hex with 3 here is really nice, following up off the paranoia and even getting another one with his dying breath. But Inspire plays that really intelligently.
Good shit, guys. Push spot. Let's go.
That's the kind of thing that Envy have been
Straight
doing
out of their
quite a bit of.
playbook. Yeah.
But showcasing that they can shut it down when other people do it.
I've never seen that before.
I've never seen this before in my life. Where is that?
There's a lot of interesting stuff on Corrode.
The observers continue to find new things hidden around the map.
A moving delivery truck.
The salt mines. What are they harvesting?
I don't know. It can't be good for you, though. It's everywhere.
It's the microplastics, man.
Yeah, well, we've already got that, so not too different.
Texas falling early over here. See, if MIBR look to prioritize alt orbs, what's their objective in a round like this?
Yeah, farm up the orbs if you can. See what a setup might look like. See if you can overwhelm here, but Envy, plenty of bodies in the right places for this one, isn't it? God damn. Relentless.
He's hunting.
Beams him down. Yeah, gets ever so close. Halfway now to his own ult.
What else they got, huh?
Kesnit's got the potential to be one of the best players in America, as he has been across his career. Just depends how the team around him functions and whether or not he can get put in positions where he gets that space and gets to rely on his...
That's my mano. That's my mano. Boa, boa. Boa, boa.
They're learning for when they go to Santiago.
Yeah.
All right, so weaker weaponry. Can they put Kesnit and Extra in positions?
Real fast beginning. Oh, there's a chance of a fight there, but Refract's going to be used on either side.
Respect.
Rossi's ahead of a lot of this, I think, on the smoke. We are gearing up. Inspire just deep push. This is just brazen to his core.
I like tucking in this corner.
The 1v1. Take it. Good crosshair placement. He's over swinging again.
Swinging deeper in the 5v4.
I mean, listen.
It's kind of crazy. You know that they're mid-defaulting. You know that Mazzino is not going to be the only one there, but all right. Maybe you thought there was another player just tucked right around the corner. It's not usually going to be the KO alone holding the B default, right? So maybe you thought there's going to be another person right here. I've got no chance of escape.
If there was any hope of MIBR speeding things up, I think plays like that are going to firmly assert them to just keep playing slow.
Yeah, because now you've got so many different angles over towards B main, where there's a threat of somebody being in a close corner, an off angle. This is a real
drone,
off angle.
Yeah, drone got used for mid, reposition, smoke up. Poppins here, forwards, Aspas. Win that fight out now.
It's a serious
flying
risk.
Forwards to dart over towards the top. Rossi is an off angle of his own, but the reveal, so position spoiled. Anchor smoke placed. Wants to try and split up a bit of this side in this map. Is going to be TPing backwards and away, over fighting. MIBR looking for this one. Verno
front,
tip tap in, dancing around them. Saturate, he does not care. Next up, forwards again, controlling the spray towards it. No bonus conversion here for Envy.
A little bit unfortunate there for Rossi that he wasn't able to land the paranoia properly. Verno, though, absolutely deletes the Envy players. And Poppin, he does take a large risk in B main, but I don't mind it on a, a bonus round like that.
Yeah.
That is the time to take risks like this. But Fraud's happy that MIBR are back in the game real fast. Mazzino 2 away from getting his null command online. And with MIBR's pace, you can afford to play for some of the orbs. Play a slow game, see what happens.
It's only been slow. Oh, flash forwards.
This is a bit faster.
That's a lot of damage. Ding through the wall. Rossi has to back up and find himself falling away from it. Aspas looking like he potentially wanted to gear up, but duration fading on that pullback, so.
I definitely think the intention there was to go for the double dash and engage into Poppin's position. But
from mid, Tex is just open towards that. Kesnit taking a peek anyway. He knows that there's a second player. Tex now going to be squeezed. Oh my goodness. Kesnit is relentless. Just wants to keep going for a little bit more. Aspas, though, is a player that you do not want to take lightly. What a damage done. Rossi's weak. Poppin only has a judge. Still possibilities for MIBR.
He's missed Mazzino.
This jump spot will not catch Mazzino if he looks up, tucked close to the wall.
It is silent, but you're right. There's a big gap, and he didn't even see
He's missed
Aspas.
it.
Or maybe he
Potentially, no, he's seen them. Saturate though, there's a connection into the judge, and he's just off center with it. equalize into a 2v2, but again, look at that discipline. MIBR not willing to just run into the site, waiting for the cooldowns. Knife clears one section, nade into the back. Making sure to slow it down at every moment. Does give an opportunity to Envy, though, to regroup up.
Well, the Knife's already cleared these positions, but Aspas is worried someone might be tucked in a corner. Where's your read? Where do you think these defenders actually are?
Yeah, it's a difficult one because they've already taken the timing wrapping around. Rossi doesn't want to reload this one. He's low enough as it is. Players, though, spotting him out. MIBR well trained onto the angles, finding the right timings for it. Inspire's revealed his positioning. And now he's got a tough challenge ahead. 1v2. Mazzino. It's a fight taken. Aspas doesn't swing off the back of this one. A tap again. Aspas landing it. Straight to the cranium.
Those kind of spots, you see how smart Aspas is. When Mazzino gets killed that quickly, he realizes that the end can get reset really fast for Inspire. So instead of playing the trade in, really quick reactions, just decides, all right, we're going to play this as 2 1v1s. I'm not going to swing in here because Inspire's already reset his aim. Yeah. Inspire's not happy about it.
Pulls back, and that is an instant call out for the attack timer. This is early days. We're only on round 5.
Yeah, it is very early on, isn't it? The economy was not looking particularly good there, was it? Poppin was going in with no armor and a judge. And I think that was part of the problem. He got stuck over towards bricks and wasn't really able to take a fight. And to be honest, I loved that reflank all the way through from Rossi up through elbow. And Inspire was distracting for him, and I don't know, man. These MIBR players are just so aware. Instantly, Mazzino and Aspas were covering the wraparound play like it was the most obvious thing in the world.
Another level of instinct on it.
The level of experience on this team is another thing that bears talking about, I think, because it's not just talent. You can have talent with a lot of upcoming players. I think, you know, Sado, for example, phenomenally talented. You know, you got Exter here, very, like, the best mechanical Yoru in terms of how he utilizes the kit. But in terms of, like, actual experience of playing in big matches, day in, day out for years and years, MIBR have collected a huge amount of players with that particular strength on their roster.
10 years, isn't it?
Yeah.
Been around the block.
Verno's the only guy who hasn't really, and within one rookie year, he's managed to become an IGL.
Yeah, inserted himself. It's
bizarre.
Pretty crazy stuff. Aspas! Straight through mid. Happy to take that fight as well. The refract timing fades away. Doesn't pull himself back. In fact, he's eager to take even more space off of it. Been tracking the economy. Outlaw in his hands. Drone is going to carve up a bit of space through mid. They realize a lot of this one is just clear.
And Aspas is going walkabout here, and he doesn't really care if he loses the Outlaw, because everybody else on his team has got full armor. So he's almost acting as like the lurker here, where he gets to just walk in.
Yep, noise made, and oh, there you go. Shot missed and gone wide.
Warning shot.
Yeah, don't think he committed to reload, which is why he didn't go for the re-swing. Still underhand him with a flash. A fight into elbow is called for. Inspire with a reposition. He's trying to take his timing so fast. What a shot! Snap straight to the head of Zekken, but they've lost control towards one section, and Mazzino, snappy himself, straight towards it. Envy feels like they find themselves in by making these crazy plays, but they just get slapped back down again. And Rossi not anticipating that Aspas was just at that off angle, ajar towards it. MIBR.
They're building up towards some massive ultimates to be able to work with in this next critical economical swing round too. Yeah. It's a hell of a play from Inspire, but the rest of the team just doesn't have the guns to be able to stand toe-to-toe, and a large amount of these 1v1 duels have been going the way of MIBR this whole match.
Yeah.
And now the ults are online, you don't even have to think too much, you just put together a set play round and overwhelm the B site. Inspire is going to have a job on his hands keeping this one back.
Pixel angle. Trust into the aim, but that drone is going to be pushing you off the line. Util going over. Hunter's Fury. This is going to be used to see if they can lead the charge into it. No command on top. A lot of ultimates, but no one's really stepping past this orb. Remains up. Will be falling now just because of that suppression emanating out. Poppin willing to help him out. Doubled up. Potential for the lineup, but Aspas! The res online. Pulls it back. He's out into the open. Needs a follow-up, and the flank is caught. It's explosive when necessary. Exter in a 1v3 now. MIBR still holding it, watching for the repeat, wondering where he could be. Play's still not crossed up. Eight at your feet. Hot as anything. Mazzino is already on the perfect line.
One player for Envy makes a great spot, killing 2 of the MIBR players, but there's just way more people to get through. MIBR, every player is so talented, they just trade themselves out, group up together. Aspas has already caught 2 on the entry, and then you just have Zekken coming through, playing his role exactly as he needs to.
And MIBR just making it look simple.
They do, don't they? Well, I think it is simpler as well when you have ults to be able to rely on, and you catch the player on the flank. They've got a great awareness and understanding of how Envy are going to try to approach these rounds.
Weak money again. Aspas holding this one down. Prowler pushes him back and away. Envy were looking to refight aggressively with the flashes. Not needed now that they did push Aspas away, but now they can just wait again, hold. A lot of angles to account for. Poppin goes for the re-swing. Keeps his way across. Aspas, who's spotted. Stray shots going his way.
Could go for a little jump peek over the top of that, but decides not to.
Next step. All the way deep.
The game of patience is favoring MIBR in general. It does feel like Envy want to try to force the fights more often.
Banking on that Envy play style of just being frantic, always trying to get active, involved. Kesnet, no real trade there. In fact, the saturate is good enough as well to really slow them down. So the punish doesn't go their way, 4v4, but Envy players rapidly approaching now to positioning here over towards the A side. Looks like the end goal for MIBR, moving around. Kesnet still a bit of a menace, but he is in a sticky spot. Moving forwards, players behind and around everywhere to count. There's safety in numbers though, and MIBR have got it all under control.
How Mazzino survives in that spot with 2 players pushing him from the back, and credit to his teammates who are holding it from the bricks position. And Inspire in a 1v3 with only a Sheriff. It's very tough.
Zeno low. He's low. He would have gone down to a single shot, but he's going to be backing up now, making sure to double play it up. Instantly there. It's calm aim from Inspire. Almost felt like he had a chance in it, but 1v3. MIBR on top of things.
If Envy want to get back into this game, next round coming up, there's got to be it. It's do or die at this point.
Yeah.
You've got your money back. You've got 4 out of 5 ults to be able to play with. Inspire could lock down one part of the map with his Viper's Pit. You could play even heavy mid and play retake on one of the sides of the map with Extra and Poppin's ults. But you know, you've got so many different ways of being able to play your defensive setups with these ultimates now.
Paranoia utilised nice and early here. Aspas is raring to go. Flash overhead. Now that light speed dash into the smoke. So many angles and layers to this one. Snakebite pulled down, a bit of spam into the corner.
It's a distraction to get the Omen really deep as well.
Yeah, Zekken sowing a bit of discord behind enemy lines here. Silent with the drop down. Poppin looking to see if he can re-clear this one. Has the Prowler, but he's misaligned it. Yeah, wasn't expecting that Zekken could already be that deep. TP around. Fakes on fakes. They've hammered a bit of a wedge up towards this middle section of the map. He puts the pressure now onto Exter. Has to use that dimensional drift to get out, but Inspire is still locked forwards into his angle. Pings out, though, where the players are. Potential for the fight to be taken again, but still not favored. MIBR happy to whittle away the opposition. Cautiously at that, and now with the pit in play. Does give an opportunity for the Envy players to get in. Drop down from both of them. Kesnet's forwards again. Now you're going to see it in hand with a shorty. Was hoping for an easy kill, but everybody in position. Rossi, though, reposition is perfect. TP up towards the top. It's their own turn to see if they can get a bit of chaos going, but Verno locking it down. And the pit's still in play means that the decay is going to be kicking in. Damage done. He's found a pocket to potentially renew himself. Hide from the drone. There's still chances for Rossi, but chance fades away at that. This is MIBR. Not just in the driving seat, I mean, they've just been in complete control outside of just losing a pistol.
The Des were giving them a lot of credit for how good their defensive setups look at Abyss. I mean, this is a really nice one to pull out of the strat book. You go for a fake hard B push in order to disguise the fact that Zekken is deep teleporting into mid. Then you cancel the B push because you have Waylay who can just refract fully out, and Zekken ends up being the playmaker. And then you set up for another B split afterwards. It's really beautiful stuff. And Envy have had a horrible time of it. They keep having their economy just knocked back down fully.
Yeah, never a good chance to really get involved MIBR, one of the faster rounds that we've seen from them now. Big group up, MV. This is their wheelhouse. They like to play like this. Sees and a flash is primed. Exeter's ready for it alongside a Haunt. Whole lot of pressure, whole lot of presence. MV trying to go for this one here. Exeter does manage it, at least with it, but the shots are whiffy. Needs to be some backup and follow-up through. MIBR find their way through. In the end, there's a smoke to cut it up, and still, with the rifles, they all just topple, cutting them down. Even when it feels like there's a chance, potential for MV to get something going, MIBR always find a way back in.
MIBR definitely had a couple of whiffy moments there, didn't they? But I guess the same could be said for Envy. Flash and a Prowler play. I felt like there should have been chances there for the team with the lower economy to come out on top. If that had been a rifle round and MIBR play at the same pace, I think Envy are really comfortable in those spots. But it does feel like the rounds in which Envy have got the chances, they just don't have the weaponry to finish it off.
Feels like a very intentional game plan from MIBR. They know exactly the place now that Envy want to go for.
And they're happy to give him a little bit of hope on the rounds where they control things economically.
It's not 100% slow, but just on the rounds where they're going to be favored playing fast. Forcing the second timeout.
Yeah, well, this is 7 rounds in a row now for MIBR. I said that round 8, I think, was the one where Envy had to get back into it. They had the ults, they had the weaponry. They had an op there in Kesnit's hands as well. Now this is desperate territory. If they could win 3 in a row off the back of this timeout from Stunner, they'd be feeling great about that. 7-5 half would be an amazing recovery.
Right.
But is it likely? Not based on what we've been seeing.
Yeah, there's never really been a chance. I mean, a few moments on Abyss from individuals showing up, but yeah, as the series has gone on, it just feels almost hopeless.
Aspas with an attack operator implies that they're going to be running another one of the slow rounds here. He's 10-5, by the way. Of course he is.
It's just been unbelievable. First map, I believe, 20 kills.
20 and 8. Yeah. So total, he's got 30 kills for 13 deaths.
That's just unbelievable.
This is coming off the back of just having heart surgery a couple of weeks ago. What on earth?
There's no player like him, really.
No, he's one of a kind.
Prowler tags. This is a bait and switch. They think it's just going to be Tex hiding into the corner. They want to take. And Exeter, forced to respect it, has to get the hell out of there. Rossi looking to see if he can contain a chance to take a fight. Dink through the wall, stepping up. And they're just taking turns with these fights. There's a lot of damage done. Off Snappy towards his head. Exeter now brings it into that 1v2, but Verno going to be trying to play his life. A lot of bullets raining down, a lot of shock darts at his feet. 55 dart let out. They know he's not on it. Making him stew, making him question exactly where it's all going wrong.
This round exemplifies how MIBR, I think, are going to be a scary, scary team to go up against. Because, all right, Aspas doesn't get the cleanest kill over towards Elbow, but then Zekken swings in. And then you're trying to get rid of Verno in that corner. You throw a snakebite at him, Aspas comes and covers it. When you've got players of this caliber all covering for each other, all really intelligent and willing to swing and trade and take pressure off each other, it's like a multi-headed Hydra that you have to defeat.
Chop off one head, 2 more threats pop up. Again, similar game plans once more. Ults are being popped off, and this is a weaker buy for Envy. At this point, desperation, grasping at absolutely anything at all.
Inspire finally commits this ultimate, and it's on a round where they've got no money.
Yeah. Few players, or at least just the one. Exeter's on full armor. Aspas with that Outlaw. He's been doing this a lot when he knows the money's weak. Just opts into it, tries to take it. Double fight, swing, out. Already gone. Kesnit's going to be scurrying and scuttling away from this one, but there's bullets just chasing him, following him, underhanded with a flash and no command. Drop down to your feet. Aspas dashes over the heads of multiple players. Envy are grouped up here. It's Exeter alongside Rossi. But again, trademark tempering of the round. Just willing to play this one out. Zekken is 4 HP, spraying and spamming them away.
That's unreal. The other 2 players were completely stuck.
Aspas spots the last.
I mean, what's Inspire going to do with a Bucky from here?
Not much. Vulnerable applied, but he's being rained down upon long-range artillery in the form of that utility. Inspire's just being chipped down. He can't even get
He's got to
sort of step forwards.
He's got to try to caterpillar smoke his way forwards with a Bucky.
It's just ridiculous. Yeah, you're not going to be favored. Aspas just hugs his wall to the back, plays the range advantage. 9-2, MIBR.
Last round in
This,
the half.
I mean, if Envy didn't win the pistol round, it would have been just a clean sweep.
Yeah, complete and utter dominance.
They are ready for everything going on.
I love that paranoia. He's incredibly aware, Zekken, of whether that play is going to come through. He needs to be ready for it. And then when you need a little bit of the star power from him, rather than the support, he swings forwards and deletes 2 of them, including through a box, with the spray control on the Vandal.
Rough one for Envy. Feeling like there's just this wall that you just cannot surmount at any point. They're trying to go for these aggro plays, but it's just absorbed, peeled back. MIBR, they don't offer up any players, no mistakes made.
I do like this, though. Envy hard pushing out the B side of the map is going to naturally increase the tempo that MIBR have to play at.
Zekken's conditioned them with that TP play earlier. He's TP just with his team, and they are having to hard clear spawn.
They're so worried about it. They're having to clear all of these kind of positions. And meanwhile, Zekken's giggling to himself with the rest of his team.
Yeah, he's with the rest of them. Flash re-clear. Spire's got himself a kill in the form of Tex dropping. Hold on, this is the best chance in a long, long while. Convergent paths. Hinders and slows. Dimensional Drift as well to clear one avenue of it. A lot of ultimates to use. Envy putting them to work for the final round of this half. Verno. No, not like this. Can't be doing it to him.
This has to be the round for Envy. They were in a 4v1. There's no chance MIBR are also taking this one down.
Just how dangerous MIBR are.
30 seconds left.
Even in rounds like that, spots where it's a 1v4, they always play like they know they're going to win.
It's 20 seconds. Surely Verno can't get to B at this point, can he? He would have to clear so many corners just by running through.
He's going to have to full sprint, I think. He does have the dart to at least give him
what a read, though.
some
what
level
a
of
read,
clearance,
man. I mean, Rossi could be in any of these kind of spots, but he hasn't. Verno's threaded the needle perfectly.
There's a dart. Knows that one section of the site is cleared just in time. You're right. Insane read. Not just the aim, it's the game sense.
It's not the greatest plant in the world, but he's also going to hear these footsteps potentially.
He's forward. Taking up a position into Link. It comes down to this 1v1, a 1v4. Verno! Oh, it's just filth, man. It's just filth.
I feel bad for them, Brent. I feel bad for them.
Oh, man.
That is an astonishing display of the individual talent. Look at these kills.
Oh!
They force the fight because they know where he is and they're triple swinging him.
The composure in that moment.
Fraud can't believe it. I mean, he must be used to seeing stuff like that in the scrims, though. Get used to it across the rest of the season.
Oh, my goodness. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss how this one ends.
mixing the signals, and it's out of my hands. We fight, then you put my head on your chest. I cry, the next thing we're getting undressed. Last night's the last time you're getting my bed. Where do we go? Is it over? I need you close, I need closure. I gotta know if you want me right here by my side. Where do we go?
Well, this has just been one of the most one-sided maps we've seen in quite some time. We saw one earlier, to be honest. I mean, it was just domination from NRG side of things, but Envy, the only buffer that they've earned is 2 rounds from a pistol round and a follow-up. Since then, MIBR, even in rounds where they weren't in complete control, let's be honest, I mean, that final one, round 12, was just electric, and goes to show, I think, the level of quality in terms of just game plans that MIBR have. They have a firm understanding of how Envy want to play. They're constantly working them, playing a fiddle, and making them dance to their tune, but when it goes awry, player quality can back it up in rounds like that.
Yeah, in order to be considered a super team, you have to have many, many players, if not all of them, who can take over a game and just win you a round out of nothing. And I think you're seeing it. You're getting a demonstration of it right here. Envy are not expected to be a bottom-of-the-barrel team in Americas. I mean, they've already won a game to get to this point in the kickoff. And MIBR are treating them as if they don't exist, as if they are a fly to be swatted. A mild annoyance on a path to Santiago.
Yeah. Raring to go here. Kesnit, light speed up towards the link. He's going to be meeting potentially Verno, but doesn't want to overextend himself. Slowly gearing up to get themselves into a bit of an A split. Now going to be meeting potentially that match though in a form Zekken. That's a Paranoia ripped off. Frenzy running, gunning. Verno, he's going to be ISO'd into this spot. Exter, okay, just essentially solo pushing, but with the reveal inside that smoke. Zekken trying to reposition, but he's missed the timing! Rossi is doing a number on him. Cleaned up by Mazzino, but the damage done to him. 10 HP, not a lot to play with. Sharpshooting is going to have to be ordered up. And not enough health to play with in a spot like that. Envy needed a round like this. 2v1 Tex. Can't be doing it to him again. Can't be dashing away their hopes. Corner angle Inspire. Just trying to play off center. Not cleared. Crosshair placement not there for Tex. So another pistol round to potentially give a bit of breathing room.
Envy win double pistol, but they are still 7 rounds down in the map.
This is just silly.
This was really silly.
So
I mean,
silly.
Rossi did a good job dueling inside of the smoke there, and then just completely timing Zekken. Gets the knife. You have to laugh, don't you? You have to laugh if you're Rossi in that spot.
I mean, you have no other options. The other option is imploding.
Cry.
Yeah, exactly. Walking up through mid here, MIBR on the weaker buy. Just trying to take it together, see if they can catch a straggler. One player just left apart from the pack. And had flash, they do reveal quite a bit. That might be heard by Exter, so he's going to be TPing back. Has to be, okay, has to be worried potentially if this one. Sharp shooting, but he's way out into the open. Mazzino happy to trade that one out. Side gain though, Envy onto the plant, and they're immediately certain themselves taking a bit of deeper map control.
Couple of players would die to a single shot from the Outlaw here. Pop in and Inspire on light armor or regen armor. But overall, Envy's positioning and the fact that they've got the plant should be pretty good here. I think it comes down to a genuine question. Do you even want to fight this as MIBR? Because though it's 4v4 and you have an Outlaw, you don't really want to allow Envy to get up to ults. And you're not expecting to get too many opportunities here. You'd rather die to Spike. So they're just going to let Aspas have a look.
Yeah, see what he can hunt for with that Outlaw in his hand. That's a kill. Hold on, they want to go for it now. That's opened up the floodgates potentially for it. That's a smoke forwards. Get onto the Spike nice and early, trying to drag these players out into the open. Envy, they've got it controlled. Goal now just being trying to survive that Spike, and they've been pulled into a spot like that. So
yeah, that's actually really big value for MIBR.
Yeah.
It might have looked a bit funky, but getting 4 rifles out of Envy's hands, 4 weapons, I should say, out of Envy's hands is huge. I mean, there's no bonus round. Would you even want to be taking a bonus down 4-10? I don't know. Maybe you'd want to be forcing up into it anyway, but now the choice is ripped out of their hands, and Kesnit's coming into this one with a Bucky. Exter's coming into it with a Spectre. You know, it's not good, even though they're forcing.
It's a bit all over the place.
I don't know why Kesnit's going for a Bucky here. He could,
could
just go for a
force
rifle.
up. I mean, 2 of your players are already forcing. Fast and loose. That's how Exter wants to play this towards A main. Posturing, perhaps, that there could be more players.
Yeah, he did this on the second round as well. I think Kesnit's deliberately bought a Bucky to jump onto somebody's head.
We'll see how this one plays. Yeah, an attempt to potentially flood in, but look at that, just peeling all the way back. Tex doesn't want to overplay. Gives him side control.
MIBR playing fully off for the retake here. They're doing that quite a lot in Abyss as well.
Tex's job is just to hold down elbow control. He's going to be tested again. Short in form in terms of that util. It's just a dry peek and dry swing. Exter wants to have a go of things underhand about that flash again. Rifles, though, working out. 1 for 1. Paranoia, next level of it, nearsighted. Rossi chooses to commit. Rossi did get the 1. Texto dominating. 4 kills, 8 bullets. Clearance into the corner. Kesnit denies. Kesnit comes alive. Forwards again. Good chance for him. 1v1. That's what they needed.
That's the Kesnit value you're looking for with this team. That's the player to replace Kane Zera and give you big rounds like that. The 5th on the board for Envy. Tex almost aced.
Cleaning them up.
I think the game plan does make sense here. You're just not expecting Kesnit to win a 1v3 with a Bucky tucked in a corner. But I think the game plan for MIBR is sensible. You know, they're playing for retake quite a lot because they know that Envy are going to over-push in post-ban. And they're just looking to hold. Only one found there.
One tagged down.
Which means that the defenders are not going to be rotating over to help B, which means that Envy might choose this timing to exec.
Making a call. Winning that bonus does give them significant ins.
3 bandits on the other side. See if the new weapon can pose any danger.
It's a good time to bring it out, pull it out here. Prowler flash in towards the back. Tex is just trying to play himself in. Mazina's also there alongside him. Nades! Time is done! No, 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 no. Can't be doing this. He's even going peeking over towards Heaven. He spotted it wide out into the open, just trying to be controlled with the aim, but punished in the end. Rifles better in the hands of them.
Fast reaction from Rossi instantly taking the space.
He's alone, taking his fight. Zekken wasn't in a position to really try and trade that one out.
Well, Zekken's got a classic as well.
Trying to bait out the shot!
He got the Guardian now.
Smokes out. One way, peel it back a little bit. Doesn't have that Guardian. Hard pressed though to try and find this. A flash and a jump straight into Rossi. Dominating these lines. We'll be able to find Verno. What? Okay. Verno got the rifle. We'll look to see if he can survive in a spot like this. But for Envy, just keeping it going one round at a time. It's going to be their goal.
They're about to get up to both of their duelist ultimates as well. There are chances for Envy to be able to respond, which you wouldn't have caught me with that kind of cope at the halftime. It was a pretty spectacular way that the first half ended.
Bro, I don't know why. Now it's fun again. We're winning rounds and it's fun again.
I'm glad it's fun again. But yeah, it's fun to win, man. It's fun to win. If they can win this next one, though, they're really going to keep it going. Aspas has bought down to 150 credits. Second's got none left in the bank.
Good possibility to break the economy.
Yeah, the gold reserves are running dry.
Refract active. Operator in his hands. Crouched up. That's a bullet to the chest. Kesnit is gone. Back to safety as well for Aspas. Has a lot of coverage in terms of his players that are ready to help him out. Extra wants to send it forwards anyway. Dimensional drift. Again, piece together the direction of where this is going. Light speed up towards Heaven. Rejoining the rest of them. Mazzino just trailing. He's caught into this corner though. Wants to take the fight and Extra plays right into his hands.
Aspas is going to have to be fairly slow on this retake. He's got an operator. His job just slowly clearing angles, creating these safe spaces for his team. But it's going to be on people like Tex and Zekken to actually get the retake going.
High priority from Envy. They just want to make sure that they have that link control. Paranoia sweeps, drop down from Tex. He's into the corner. Verno looking for that 1v1. Got to know that, yeah, Extra's just there. Betrayed by the barrel that was poking out to the corner. This retake still has some legs towards it. Time is ticking. Inspire, left alone, shot missed, going wide, needs to kill the planter, needs it now! And it all goes wrong here for MIBR.
It's a rare mistake, but a big mistake from Aspas, missing the shot. He had Inspire caught dead to rights, and then secondary weapons just a classic. Wasn't able to apply the right level of pressure, and Inspire can just swing in and delete the diffuser. I think if it wasn't for that missed op shot towards the end, this one is definitely on MIBR.
Yeah.
They had that round wrapped up. Another 1v3. Envy are winning these rounds in unusual ways. I mean, I put the blame on Aspas there, but Zekken also had an opportunity to win a 1v1.
Right.
So both of them, to be honest, letting things slip slightly.
Envy clawing their way back in. Got to take it one round at a time.
But it does look doable at this point.
Yeah. I mean, think about stringing the leader rounds that MIBR had. They've managed to drag it just down to 3-round deficit.
Kesnit with a big ultimate to work with. He got picked instantly in the previous round, so no opportunity to use that Waylay ult. But now they don't have to worry about Aspas op. They can take a look at the economy.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I thought it'd be worse for MIBR. They're coming into this with 4 rifles.
They want to make a go of things over towards B, but that is where the pit is placed down. They do have Kesnit's ult. It looks like that might be the goal. Yeah, here it is, convergent paths, snakebite. Rossi's going to be TPing all the way deep into behind enemy lines into their spawns, sowing a bit of chaos, trying to take these fights. There are smokes on smokes. Verno really isolated with movement like that. How is he living? Just beams Rossi down. Can only do so much though from a spot like that. He buys time, crucial seconds. MIBR getting themselves back into position. It's a 3v3.
The weapon dropped in heaven might be available for Zekken to pick up, especially if these Envy players are cowering inside a pit.
Yeah. Deep pit. It's really difficult to see through, but again, it does give possibilities for MIBR to just walk out onto site here.
Zekken's not playing for the better weapon.
Paranoia. It's a connection, at least onto the one. Aspas onto the flank, just offset with the movement. Kesnit wins that out. Critical 1v1, and now can just dominate that main position. Envy up to 8.
And MIBR's economy will not be able to hold on now. They are definitely going to get knocked down into a low buy round. This is genuinely on. 6 rounds in a row, no stopping. And MIBR are forced to take a tactical timeout. At this point, what they're going for is genuinely not working. Envy have come out with some really good responses. The way that they cleared through the pit was pretty beautiful. Make use of the Waylay ultimate. Get deep in there. You know that the Viper's going to get caught in it, or at least strongly suspect he's going to get caught in it.
Right.
And Tex was a sitting duck. Attack timeout being used here. By the look of it, not so much for Fraud to make adjustments, but to give time for Verno to make the adjustments.
Yeah.
He is rattling off the instructions to the rest of the team.
It's normally, you know, we know him as quite a quiet player just from the interviews, but...
Yeah, he's a quiet person, but I don't think he is a quiet player. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. It's kind of, you know, counteracting it, to be honest, because he has a lot to say in terms of what's going wrong for them.
It's such an interesting dynamic that Verno, the least experienced player on the team, is the leader, the IGL, giving out instructions to incredibly experienced legends all around him. But when you look at what MIBR were capable of last season, and you look at what Verno individually is capable of as well, and the trust that Aspas has in him, yeah, makes sense. At the moment, though, a serious struggle. They do need to change things on the defense side because this is 6 in a row that they have lost. Are they going to make the adjustment in this round? Probably not, because this is just the eco, you know. You ride this one out, have a slightly different plan, but into the next round, round 20, that's where we'll see what Verno and Fraud have cooked up.
Sheriff and Bandits scramble together a bit of a bite. There's damage done. Hold on. Flash and a peek in through mid. Big knife as well. It's going to be connecting onto a multitude of players, so noted. Footsteps, sound made.
Hoppin', you are alone with the spike.
With the spike, yeah. Very forward position. There's no way you want to re-peek this one.
I don't think we've seen the team go for 5 bandits, Brent, yet.
He wants to go for this. He knows it's a close drone. Saturate is good, though. Peeking into it. Aspas low enough. Saturate's not really doing too much. It's good. Diligent. Envy making sure that they leap into this one and take these fights together. On the same page the whole time.
That's crazy. I thought that was 150 range there. 2 left. Mazzino and Tex. Envy, I think, have done the hard work at this point, getting through. Utility from both the duelists look good.
Yeah. Should be a round win easily wrapped up. Now Envy going to be only trailing by 1.
I think Exeter wants to be hunting for these kills if they're thinking about that kind of stuff. It's difficult to optimize the details in a game like this where you're on the comeback and it feels like every round's difficult.
Yeah, you're just barely keeping your head above water. So.
But in theory, getting Exeter's ult online that's crazy.
In the night. I mean,
it's not going to affect the round
outcome.
No,
they're just going to be going down to the spike ideally. Hold on. Bit of a realization. Damage done.
Don't think it matters for the economy really for Envy.
Yeah.
Exeter doesn't have that much money, but the rest of his team can drop.
So what is the adjustment going to be, though, for MIBR? Timeout was taken for this round in particular. The retake on B setup, they've been getting punished quite a lot, really, just in terms of trying to group up.
Yeah, I think B looks a little weak. I think they want to be playing it for retake quite a bit by the look of things. But at the same time, Envy have been winning a lot of 1v3 situations, 1v4 situations. There's been some strange rounds going on.
Sure.
So do MIBR really need to change too much? Or is it about minimizing those mistakes?
Aspas with the operator might be gearing up to take a fight here. Especially with that Prowler unnoticed. Aspas push back up, doesn't have that refract popped off, but a light speed gets out of there just off that initial pick. Zekken also with the reposition. Shots are fired off. Zekken holding it down towards elbow. Absorbs most of that aggression. TP is going to be heard there. Hunter's Fury into the corner. Good tags, good connections. Rossi is left to his devices, left to do it all. But this time it's MIBR slamming that door straight in their faces.
That one looked very easy, didn't it? Complete reversal of fortunes for MIBR and Envy. I love the positioning from Aspas. I think he plays that round absolutely beautifully. He takes a passive line at the beginning, really safe and cautious, so the Prowler misses him, completely out of range, and then he creeps forwards afterwards and grabs the easiest kill onto Poppin.
Yeah.
I wonder if that reaction from Poppin is mid-round, like as he dies. Or whether that was right at the end. Quite a reaction from your IGL mid-round if that was the case.
I think it's just goes to show, I think, expectations that they place on their own shoulders to try and get it done. Dash into your face, Kesnit. Eager to draw out a bit of this blood here, swinging out wide, Sheriff's with it. Barely anything to work with. Convergent parts. Aspas is trying to push this one. Operator in hand. Rest of his team to lead it. Flashed, blinded, sees is good. Trying to really swing out. Claim a couple of these kills. Brings it to a 2v2. Weapons are dropped down onto the ground, but they don't want to go for it. Envy are looking to fight this one potentially forwards. They don't have the guns. It's being held. MIBR too predictable. They know exactly what Envy's game plan is. When the plan doesn't start going down there, just hold and wait for them to play to you.
They do have such a good read on the way that Envy want to play. They're one of the most aggressive teams from what we're expecting.
Wow.
But even with the read, that still requires very good mechanics from Tex to be able to finish that off. Because the way that they play with Rossi jumping in and the next guy swinging into trade is tough to deal with.
Yeah.
Tex definitely looking like he's in form. I had my doubts based on the 2025 season, but he looks good.
MIBR just need one now. Seal up this series. It's been tough for them to string together a couple of the rounds on this half. Egster, it's going to make it that much more difficult now. Dimensional Drift counting for a couple of the players' positions here in that dash forwards. Reclaiming a bit of space. Verno steps forwards. Fight that he wins out with Inspire going down. Hold on, that's a Bucky. Drone broken. It's not the best buy in the world again for Envy, just for them to survive and stay in this match. No command now. Emanates out. Waves forwards. Util ripped away. Tex is going walkabout off onto the flank. Egster trying to watch for this one, but again, the aim and just all that alongside it. Tex is a little bit too composed in this moment. That might be trying to close up that net. Kills for Envy, though. Start coming alive and really activating. Picking up the extra weaponry. Get a bit more control into a round like this. Aspas with a quick reposition. Being assailed from multiple directions. Needs some bailout from Zekken, but Zekken is no more. Aspas, he can round with that position, but the swing and the trade is perfect on the timing. Rossi keeps his team in it.
Very impressive that Envy are keeping this one properly close. After losing 2 in a row, they immediately respond back. The positioning, I wasn't a big fan of. They were getting pinched from every single avenue. 2 from spawn, 2 from A main, 1 in connector. It looked like Envy was surrounded, but they brawled their way out. And it's MIBR using their final tack time out here to try to make, again, another adjustment.
Yeah.
This is heating up nicely.
And Envy, it feels like they're barely able to get a stable buy going. But all of them have rifles, but they've been keeping it moving, keeping it going.
Well, it's actually on both sides right now. Neither team has got too much money to be able to work with.
Right.
So Envy, you know, they just won the previous round. They're definitely going to be buying up here. Obviously, MIBR are also at match point, so of course they're going to be buying up. But MIBR themselves can take a half buy and chill for a little bit. If MIBR lose, I'm going bald.
Okay.
When was that one tweeted?
Yeah, exactly.
Not within the next...
Pulling that one back?
Yeah,
or?
not within the last Not within the last half, I don't think.
Well, timeout's going to be ticking down. MV finding it hard pressed again, but they are staying alive. Still in this matchup against Juggernauts in the form of MIBR.
Now, what is that ping?
I see Rossi as an ult.
Yeah, exactly. Is that for an Omen ultimate deep into spawn?
Might be the case.
Are they cooking?
See what play they might cook up here. Critical round. Bit of a crossroads here for the map itself. Aspas with a peek. A lot of damage. He's going to have to respect that one back once more. MV are not willing to rush into anything. Prowler re-clear into mid, see if they can pull some of these players in a different direction. Aspas seems to have a bit of a strong read that the A pressure was fake. He's already rejoining his team over towards B.
Yeah, I think MIBR have got a good idea that Eggster's default at the start of the round often ends in a B hit.
That's held. As soon as there's signs of life, Util's going to be sent flying forwards, and that reveal, moving forwards, Inspire, he's leading the charge. Forwards is the call. Poppin and him, and then South, this is over, potentially in the blink of an eye. Second upgrade acquired. It's going to really have to be sharp in a spot like that, but overwhelmed by the NV players. Up to 11. One more round to drag it to OT.
MIBR, though, took a tack timeout for this final round of the half. The adjustment that they're looking to make is here, when Aspas can afford an operator, and there's full rifles available for everybody else. So Envy, most difficult round they've yet to win. They've done an incredible job of getting back into this one, though.
Yes! Come on!
This map looked impossible after the first half.
I mean, completely shut out, but here we stand. One more round. The potential for OT or a series ending.
And here it is, that TP into spawn.
Yeah, play was called for here. This is going to be, again, pulling these MIBR players out and around, but with Rossi cleaned up so early. MV going to be trying to rush into this one, but it might be to their own demise. Tex playing around it, adjust the aim, sharp. Locks onto the cranium, and now he's looking for a little bit more with support for the rest of the team. It crumbles at the finish line. Kesnet left to do it for them. One man and a 1v3.
He won an enormous round for them earlier on with the Bucky, but this one, even with the better weaponry, I think is looking much tougher. He doesn't have that position on site. He's not going to be overlooked. And the plant isn't down.
Rounds like this, when you're on the brink, the precipice of just dragging it to an extension, they're the most tantalizing. They rush into it and leave Kesnet in this spot, a 1v3. Repositions to main, but there's a smoker alive. That's it. Zekken locks off that lane. Kesnet forced to now take a peek through. Verno might have just spotted that one. Unsure of the angles. Refract's going to be fading. Needs to be Sublime, needs to be Unreal, near sight in. Everything being cut away from him, many senses, but he has to rely onto the aim. Saturate is good, and Aspas a little bit better. MIBR, they take it 13-11, heavily tested, heavily bruised, but they do find it cleanly enough towards the end, 2-0.
That final half, I think Envy can be proud that they came back into the game, but you've got to remember that Abyss and the first half were complete dominance from MIBR. I think this was a really interesting first showing of a super team in Americas.
Yeah.
We got to see some outrageous individual rounds. We got to see them generally have good teamwork, good ideas, and a lot of depth. But then we also got to see that they can bleed.
Definitely so.
And on Corrode, it did feel like that could have gone to overtime. It could have potentially gone the way of the underdog, making an enormous comeback.
There's a lot to be said about Envy themselves as a team that were able to just rally, I think. In a spot like that, you're playing against one of the most anticipated teams in Americas, right? MIBR. Fan favorites in their own regard. But they didn't give up hope. They were able to really press them all the way to the bitter end. But ultimately, MIBR were able to find a way through. 13-11 being the finish towards Onka Roads. They can take a bow, they can move one step further forwards in this upper bracket.
Yeah, that's going to be a really interesting clash as well in the upper bracket. I'm glad you mentioned it. NRG against MIBR.
Wow, okay.
Now, we are just straight into the absolute slobber knocker games in the top bracket of Americas.
Yeah.
Because that one, hotly anticipated clash. You've got your Champs. I mean, two teams that did phenomenally well at the most recent Champions. The game that they played at Champs went to triple OT in 2 out of 3 of the maps. and NRG ended up taking it away and lifting the trophy later on. But this version of MIBR, very different to the one that we saw in 2025. Yeah. Upgraded, I think you got to say. Yeah. And that's no disrespect to last year's MIBR squad, which was good.
I mean, it's going to be an exhilarating match, I'm sure, as well. We get to see two of our top teams, I should say, as well. I don't want to discount any other competition in Americas, right? Because, listen, a lot of teams have made upgrades. A lot of teams have reinvented themselves. Everyone I've been speaking to has said that Americas is essentially like condensed almost. There's not really any bottom feeders anymore. The top is getting more hyper-competitive. It's one of the best seasons we've ever had in VCT Americas.
But you will have to wait almost 2 weeks for that match. Where
2 weeks?
Where NRG plays against
What a tease!
It's on January 30th.
Man, I thought it was going to be tomorrow.
You'll have to wait. You've got plenty of other good matches coming up, though. But yeah, the great teams like NRG, like MIBR, they've earned themselves a little bit of a break to prep for matches like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of matches to be played as well with this new kickoff format. We're going to send it down to the stage. Elizabeth standing by for that Verizon post-match interview with Tex. Take it away.
Sideshow, and yes, I am here with one of the men of the hour. It is Tex from MIBR. Give it up for Tex, everyone. An incredible performance, an almost ace we got out from you, but they were saying you are in form. This is a Tex I think we have gotten to know. I wanted to talk about, the end of last year versus now. Obviously, the end of how Leviathan ended their season last year wasn't the way you wanted it to go. Now we see kind of this reinvigoration of Tex. Talk to me about being on MIBR now as kind of like this new team.
Yeah, last year definitely didn't end, as well as it should have or could have. Obviously, I didn't play the best individually, and as a team, honestly, my team was playing well. So I really promised that to reinvent myself this year, work way harder than I did last year, and yeah, I'm just going to be a nice, humble lad just gaming this year.
Well, when you say, I'm going to work way harder, what does that mean for you? Does that mean aim training? Does that mean, VOD review? Because you already work very, very hard as a player. You have scrims, etc. So what does that mean for you?
Just way more work outside of practice, honestly. Even though practice ends, like your day isn't over as a pro player, there's a million people in the world trying to take your job. There's kids that are playing ranked for 17 hours a day. So I really promised myself that I'm going to work really hard in scrims. I'm going to play a lot of ranked, play a lot of DM, and just analyze my own gameplay and, yeah, just try to be the best.
For this match, what did you see when you were working hard? Your analysis, your aim. What did you see to improve on, or what did you say, hey, this is great, I got to keep on doing this?
I was just trying to be disciplined. Okay. Trying to be a disciplined player, don't overpeak when I don't have to, and just be a good, solid rock for my team because I look left and right, and I have the best players in the world on my team. So I'm gonna take over my games, but I'm also gonna be a rock. So.
Well, Tex, you can hang. Let's be very, very clear.
Yeah, of course, that's not even debatable.
Okay, just making sure we know that. Something else I want to ask you is you tweeted on New Year's Eve, 2026 will be a journey. What does that mean for you? Does that mean, hey, we're just going to make it all the way? Or what is that journey that you are expecting to go on? Because it seems like you know exactly what you mean.
It's just going to be a long journey, one match at a time, honestly, I just want to go the whole way. I know Champs is a long way, from now, but
Masters Santiago coming up in
Chile. That is true. So when I say it's going to be a journey, I'm saying the whole year is going to be a journey, but also with little trips in between, I'm going to go to Santiago, I'm going to go to London, so yeah, this is my journey, is to just improve.
I think MIBR is in the conversation when you're that super team, right? You are with the G2s, you are with your next opponent, NRG, who had an incredible game against Cloud9. Where do you see yourself with this super team moniker amongst these kind of titans of the VALORANT esports ecosystem, specifically in Americas?
Yeah, there's a lot of good teams, but my team is also very good. So, it's just however the day goes, whoever works harder, whoever makes less mistakes, and at the end of the day, that's all we're trying to do is make less mistakes.
All right, well, thank you so much, Tex. Now we're going to send it to match point with Ospas and his water boy, Zekin. His words.
Always a pleasure. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for that. Yes, we're here at Match Point. We have two amazing guests. The new dynamic duo of the VCT Americas region. You got Zekin and Ospas. Fellas, well, first thing, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Man, I was talking about this on the desk, but I always take an opportunity to, say nice things about you, and I just wanted to say it again. It really is impressive how you're just you have so much humility to like just step back into a more supportive role while enabling this absolute beast to do what he does. Was that a product of your own desire? Was that something that was asked of by you? Did you want to make that switch, or like I'm curious how that came about? Very Tens-like.
It was a little bit of both. I was down to swap to whatever the team needed to play. I was ready to be the do everything kind of guy, whether it be duelist or smokes or initiator or anything. They decided that they wanted me on controller, and that would be like the best fit for me. I can still be aggressive, but I can still be supportive as well and use my voice.
Yeah.
And it's been working well so far.
Nice, nice. Aspas, you having fun playing with Zekin out there?
I'm having a lot of fun playing with him.
Clearly, the results speak for themselves. All right, guys, so we're going to play a game because you guys know I like to play some games, okay? This one's very simple. We're going to have a couple of takes, rather, on a variety of subjects in a quick game we are calling Peaked or Potential. Okay, so I'm going to give you a topic, and then you're going to hold up the sign, and if you think that it peaked, you put peaked. If you think it has potential, you put potential, and explain, of course, how you got there. So let's go ahead and start with the first one. We have the Bandit, the newest addition to the game. Has it peaked, or does it have potential?
There's a third option.
What's the third option for you?
Bad weapon.
Bad weapon? Aspas doesn't like the Bandit. You heard it here first. Why? Why don't you like the Bandit?
Like Sheriff is just better.
Ah, okay.
Ghost is better as well.
We saw you using the Bandit a couple times.
It's nice. I like it. Except the one time I used it, I hit popping for 130 and I died. But I swear it's good. I swear it's good.
In every other instance, this thing is good. I swear to you. Okay, all right, fine. So we have the third option. We have potential. Let's go to the next one. Everyone's favorite topic, social media. Has it peaked or does it have potential? I'm going to just call it right now and just say we're cooked. It's peaked. So social media is done. We should just move on from it. Everyone should adopt records, okay? You should get a record player and go vinyl. That's what I'm doing right now.
I agree.
That's my 2026 resolution. Okay, next up, Corrode. Is it peaked or does it have potential? Corrode has had some changes. Potential? What about
some potential?
Aspas?
Okay, yeah.
Potential, why do you think it has potential, Zach?
I think with the most recent changes, people haven't fully figured out the meta of what's great and what's not yet.
Fair.
Still playing pretty similar to before, where everyone was spamming everything. So I think the map still has a little bit of pushing to go.
Yeah. Does it feel nice to just not have to turn a corner and hear nonstop?
Yeah. It feels really nice to not just insta die through a wall.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Pretty sure. Okay. Next up, this one. A topic that is near and dear to gamers everywhere. Actually, maybe not so. Perfume. Has it peaked? Or does perfume have potential? Why did we put this on there? I have no idea. Potential.
In the Valorant community, more people need to start using this, dude.
I didn't say it. I just want to be very clear
I'm not
here.
wrong.
Okay? But listen, if you want to go with something, maybe a little no aluminum, okay? You want to get a little natural scent, a little shea butter, coconut, I don't know. In any case, let's move forward. Next up, we have Breeze. Brought back into the fold. How do we feel about it? Has it peaked? Is it peaked now? Or does it have potential? Aspas, hit me with it.
First Breeze was the best one. There's no house anymore. If there's no house, it's not the same Breeze that I know from before.
You don't feel like that beach is your beach.
No,
right?
It's not the same.
It's not the same
map.
The waters don't hit the same way anymore.
Yeah.
What about for you? You feel the same way?
No. Aspas is the only person that I know that misses halls. I love it without halls.
I miss halls so much.
Halls that you liked so much.
Best place,
it's just because
you start a ranked or a tournament, you can go house.
Yeah.
Out the 24 rounds, and you're gonna have fun in there.
Because you're gonna fight someone 9 times out of 10.
And the best part is when you buy an Alp or Outlaw on house.
Yeah. I think we just realized he just wants to shoot people in long routes. That's all it really is. All right, next up, Zoomers. Have they peaked or do they have potential?
What is Zoomers?
The youth. Kids.
Young players.
Young players.
Young players.
Oh, wow. I'm going peaked as well, just for the old heads out there. Why do you think that the Zoomers have peaked, Aspas?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
You know,
but depends. How much you are saying about being a Zoomer? 18?
Yeah, I would say what would be the age range now? It's
I would say 18.
Yeah, 18.
That's like,
18.
I think the guys with 20 more, not going past 25, they are better than the ones with 18 for sure.
Hey, you know, you're wiser, you learned more. Do you feel like you're a better player now than what you were back then, both of you?
Yes. Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
A lot better.
Man, look at that. You heard it here first. Practice, time, wisdom. It somehow manages to get you past that next level. Now, here's our last one. Our Ascension squad, Envy. You guys had an opportunity. What do you think about this Envy squad? Peak of potential? Potential?
Potential.
I say potential as well. Aspas, how was it going up against them? Thoughts on the team just overall?
Well, they're super aggressive, which is what we expected. And when they're, I would say they're very like momentum based. Like when they're going, they're going. They got like what, 8-9 rounds in a row on us on our defense. I think they have a lot of potential still. They're still like a new team. They just got Kesnet here off like the flight, so they have a ways to go, and I think they'll get a lot better as the season goes on.
Yeah, no, I mean for sure. This team, we've seen them at their high when that match against EG, but of course we'll see more of them as they progress in the bracket. Speaking of, let's actually take a gander at that and the current bracket and where we are. Teams starting to fill out the middle as they fall one by one. MIBR though will be moving on to face off against our world champion NRG squad. Zekin, you're familiar with this team, both of you obviously, but want to get some thoughts just on that NRG matchup. You saw, I don't know if you had a chance to watch them earlier, but they looked pretty damn good.
They cooked C9 on Pearl. I'm excited to play against them. They're obviously super, super good, and they added Kiko, who's playing really well. He had a nice debut there.
And by the way, Saucy just wants to thank you for the excellent performance.
I wish I could rub his head right now.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Same here, actually. Same here. Yeah, I mean, for you as well, Aspas, you know, how's this experience now, getting a chance to play with this MIBR team, but now knowing that you're going to be going up against the world champions in your next matchup?
I'm excited. I like to play against good players. They are a team with a lot of good players, so I'm excited.
Yeah, no, we are excited as well, my friend. Guys, thank you so much. As always, a pleasure to catch up with both of you. And of course, we're going to be back here tomorrow for our final two teams are going to be entering the competition. It'll be Sentinels taking the stage for the first time against Furia, and then G2 Esports will go toe-to-toe against 100 Thieves. Two amazing matchups to close out week one of kickoff. Once again, thank you to Zekin and Aspas for joining us. Congratulations on the win. You guys absolutely killed it. Looking forward to seeing that match against NRG. And we will catch you guys bright and early right here tomorrow. See you then, friends.
NRG take to the stage in the VCT scene for the first time since lifting that Champions Trophy just a few months ago, heading up against a C9 fresh off a win 2-0 on Loud. Looking for the half stick here before the lockdown expires, and a C9 getting kills. They might go for a little bit more, but 3 players detained. It's a disaster for Cloud9. Bluff wipes the floor with them. Kiko there with another opening frag, and NRG with another disgusting round. 13-2 domination from the reigning champs. Now trying to look for something. Scuba untouched and unbeatable. Trying to set him up for it. Brock jumping around. Scuba waits and taken down. The ace ripped away.
Why would Big do this to me?
Giving him a pocket to work into. Oxy reads him like a book. C9 making real go at this round, and they're going to continue as the smoke goes down. Oxy for 4. C9 are in this game. Not too concerned about the spike. Scuba has plenty of time to make it happen. Scuba delivers a fatal blow to C9 for the Red Bull clutch.
One hell of a matchup that we got here. That path to pro team in the form of Envy get to really get to cut their teeth essentially against a team of MIBR. Chewing them up still into the cages. Blind firing from MIBR. Gonna see if they can wiggle their way out of this one. Cloudburst on Cloudburst! No way! No! Aspas to playground on the site for a player like him, and he is not done yet. Denying that plan. No one's got onto this one. Envy start to flood their way in. They've already won the they got a plant down in the middle of all of that somehow. Was a back Mazzino! No way! 13-7 for our opening map in this one. MIBR showing up. A lot of ultimates to use. Envy putting them to work. Verno! No, not like this! He's down to this 1v1, a 1v4 Verno. Oh, It's just filth, man. Texto dominating. Clears into the corner. Kesnet denies. Kesnet comes alive. Forwards again. Good chance for him. 1v1. That's what they needed. And they're going to be trying to rush into this one, but it might be to their own demise. Tex playing around it, adjust the aim, sharp. And now he's looking for a little bit more with support for the rest of the team. It crumbles, but he has to rely onto the aim. Saturate is good, and Aspas a little bit better. MIBR, they take it 13-11.